My friends, this whole system of income taxation has degenerated into a racket. The sooner this impudent, intrusive, despotic, discriminatory, and perhaps revolutionary system of taxation is repealed, the better it will be for the honesty, the industry, the wealth, and the welfare of the whole American people.
Shortly after 9 last night, a woman knocked on this door, saying she'd been involved in a traffic accident. When the door was open, 2 men rushed in, one carrying a rifle.
To a radio station in Berkeley. Since the letter specified that it be published in full by the media, we are presenting it to comply with that request.
The United Federated Forces of the Symbionese Liberation Army, armed with cyanide-loaded weapons, served an arrest warrant upon Patricia Campbell Hearst. All communications from this court must be published in full in all newspapers and all other forms of the media. Failure to do so will endanger the safety of the prisoner. Should any attempt be made by authorities to rescue the prisoner or to arrest or harm any SLA elements, the prisoner is to be executed. And in capital letters under that is death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people.
What we received in the mail today appears to me to be a 7-page statement from the SLA, plus a tape recording which purports to be somebody from the SLA and also the voice of Patricia Hearst. And according to the demands which we'll outline here, it says that all of these things must be publicized in full, which is what we're doing right now.
This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy's created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the Grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, Jack.
Yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 325. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we got a big topic for everybody. A really important topic. One that, if you've been paying attention to recent episodes, we've been slowly and steadily building the groundwork and the context for. This is going to be a series, I think probably at least 3, but knowing us, maybe 4, but at least 3. I think we'll be able to tackle this, all the moving pieces of this. We'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah. As people can see from the title and can see from the video companion that I dropped this morning, today we are talking about one of the most shocking events in American political history and the political history of the left, the kidnapping of newspaper heiress Patricia Campbell Hearst, Patty Hearst, by this purported group in the San Francisco Bay Area called the Symbionese Liberation Army in February 1974. And, I think most people know broadly like that this happened, right? Like this was the case of the century at the time.
Even people I think who were like kind of like politically disengaged like have a vague awareness of the Patty Hearst kidnapping and stuff. Like they might not like, I feel like the thing that's like not appreciated is that like it was like a left-wing like revolutionary group that kidnapped her, but like people think of like the Stockholm syndrome element of it and like that stuff. Like
that's true. That's true. The radical left context of it sometimes gets a little downplayed. You usually if you see one of these like true crime style TV documentaries, or even some of the more like mainstream documentaries that have attempted to tackle this story. I think Guerrilla, I want to say it's maybe called the Taking of Patty Hearst from the 2000s, is kind of the most like canonical documentary. But there have been others. I think the Smithsonian Channel made them. But and a million like YouTube. If you want to find like a 10 to 30 minute like true crime summary about Patty Hearst, like there's plenty to chew on, and people, it's a very popular like evergreen topic. But I have to say up front, because part of our approach to this entire topic and this period is one, to some extent, of critical media analysis of like covering the coverage of this thing at the time. Like the amount of shit that is left out, like when the story is commonly told today, even by some like purported, even more like lefty or alternative media outlets, is like really staggering. And the more you learn about really like the background of this case, the more infuriating it gets. I think this is, I can safe to say, one of the most like shit-coded and heavily like mediated events of like modern American history. And I think like the lessons that people draw from it, about everything from like human psychology and the susceptibility to brainwashing in like a kidnapping situation, to the failures of the left, Khalid. The failures of where did the left go wrong? That kind of discourse. To, anything just like the true crime thing about like the rich heiress girl that then went bad and like joined her captors, blah, blah, blah. And the legal drama. Like, it's staggering to me how the things we're going to talk about in this series, like the sort of not totally hidden, but obscured and like buried away facts about the SLA case. Like just, I don't know, like how it's amazing how people don't even bring them up like shortly. Like I was listening to, I think it was a 40th anniversary retrospective on the Patty Hearst case from a radio station that actually was like a major player in the actual story itself. Of course, KPFA, Pacifica Radio in Berkeley, California. And I believe they had Roger Rappaport, who is a journalist in the Bay Area at the time, and covered the Patty Hearst case. I guess he's continued covering it. I know he's done a few interviews with Bill Harris, one of the surviving SLA members. But, he went for a whole hour on KPFA in 2024 talking about this case, and he dropped like a few interesting nuggets that were like mysterious, mainly about Patty's behavior later on when she was on the run, but never brought up like the central kind of mind-blowing like facts that people in the 70s, while this was going on, were bringing up. So no, you can't say, there's like no excuse for anybody in like the alternative media in the Bay Area or the national media for that matter to say that, oh, we didn't like hear about these certain things involving the police state of California, and even bigger than that, like the intelligence services, medical experimentation on prisoners at the Vacaville prison facility, up there north of the Bay Area.
Yeah.
There is
Right,
so
that
much
comes up in
stuff.
Revolutions and
Right.
the
So
book. Yeah, it's pretty
today
interesting.
I went through a lot of sources. I watched I had to rip from one of these California archive websites hours and hours of raw newsreel footage from local news networks and stuff. That's most of what the little documentary video I made comes from. Just raw, not from other documentaries, but from the raw shit. That's actually really good quality. Somebody did a 4K scan of these old film reels, and I also went through a lot of KPFA's archives of their coverage during the period, and also of course KPFA was broadcasting the communique cassette tapes that were delivered by the SLA to them. So that was they
there's a lot of tapes. Yeah, there's 3 hours of SLA tapes.
Yeah, there is
I was
some
listening to this afternoon.
Right.
Yeah.
Somebody on the I sat through and ripped because it's kind of the only way you could do this. Somebody uploaded a 3.5 hour YouTube video of every single SLA tape, just in chronological procession, which I'm really grateful for because it's a little bit hard to find an easily indexed full tape thing. There's certain tapes that get a lot of media coverage that were played widely at the time, mostly the ones with Patty, Mom, Dad, I'm all right, that first one, and then of course the I have chosen to stay and fight, a little the April 3rd tape, of course. But there's a lot of tapes that there's some interesting shit said by some of the other SLA people on some of the other tapes, and also the tapes later on. We won't quite get to this part of the story today, but after many members of the SLA were killed quite controversially in Los Angeles in May of 1974, Patty, I think, released one more tape with the other remaining SLA members, and she goes pretty hard in those tapes, and you get you can get a sense of a little bit of the psychology of some of the members and how they're fronting. But then I went through I ignored a lot of the I think the biggest book that came out in maybe the last 10 years was of all people, Jeffrey Toobin wrote a big kind of I don't know if it was bestseller, but it was a very heavily promoted book about the Patty Hearst kidnapping. And call me lazy if you want, but I thought that the chronic mainstream media royalty and confirmed gooner. Remember, didn't he get fired for gooning on a Zoom call?
Oh, was that him? I do remember the story.
I'm pretty sure it was him. Yeah. Unless his book was such a truth nuke that they had to psyop him and undermine. I don't think that's probably what it was, because his story is the kind of true crime. Let's just dive into the psychology of Patty Hearst and these guys. Well, what people always say is it was the 70s in the Bay Area. There was a lot of radical stuff happening, left over from the 60s. And that's just kind of a blanket explanation for who the SLA are. It's well, look, there's other groups like the Weathermen and the Black Panthers, which they were obviously, it seems like they were trying to kind of ape, even in the last episodes. I think, if people are really interested in this topic, I highly recommend going on Patreon, listening to our episodes about the Berkeley Barb and Ramparts, two Bay Area kind of alternative publications in this period. And both of these places would also become kind of like a forum, almost like the social media feed of their day, for various participants and actors, for various dramatis personae involved in this whole SLA situation, to sort of sound off on their views and things like that, and also for people to either criticize or critically support the actions of the SLA, etc. And so we talked in those 3 episodes, I think, very important for the context of this, the sort of face games that went on, kind of these sociological dynamics that happened really starting in they started to really pick up in 1969 and then kind of crescendoed throughout the early 1970s. But the kind of fixation on being heavy, and also the pressure to be seen as right on at all times, which is to mean right on with whatever the political radical current was, like, of the kind of new left, like, at the current moment in the community, you did have to kind of some of these alternative media outlets, like, got in a little hot water here and there by maybe, like, having some kind of article that wasn't right on enough, or in some cases, you know, when the Berkeley Barb had a split and some of its members, like Stu Albert, went and founded the Berkeley Tribe, they were very hard on, like, the heavy line of, like, you know, we talked about, like, time to kill the pig. Like, you know, you start to get a lot of white new leftists talking, kind of adopting the rhetoric of people like Eldridge Cleaver, who, of course, started his kind of public life as getting kind of spirited out of prison, or, you know, like, he got parole with the help of Ramparts magazine, and then got hired by them as a writer, right? And then actually joined the Black Panthers a little bit later, after he had already kind of made a name for himself as, like, a journalist and an author. But, like, a lot of his language, you know, which I think, you know, Eldridge was more, like, complex than maybe some of the people we're going to be talking about, like, in this series. But there was a kind of glomming onto of some of his hardcore confrontational, profane kind of like confrontational language, right? Like, especially around kind of like, we got to kill the pig, we got to start like, well, you know, did you shoot like a white person? Like, he said stuff like that a couple times, you know, like, did you kill, like, how many white people have you killed today? And, you know, well, you could chalk a lot of this up to just, like, it's kind of shit talking, highly polemical, you know, discourse. And I think, you know, there were a little bit of, like, tensions between people like Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale and Eldridge in terms of, like, the kind of the tactical use of that profanity and that profane language. And you see, like, in the SLA, they are completely operating kind of on that paradigm, which was still relatively popular in, like, going into, like, 1974. But I think also the most crucial other episode that one needs to listen to is our public episode from last week, The Glass House Game, which is about the book The Glass House Tapes by Louis E. Tackwood and Crick, which was what was it, the Citizens Research and Investigation Committee in Los Angeles. And actually, I almost, like, I was a little, like, pleasantly surprised at how central the Crick members were to kind of promoting a counter narrative during this SLA Patty Hearst crisis. You know, the main figures of that who wrote the book, they were contacted by, or, you know, kind of forwarded, I think the LA Free Press forwarded Louis Tackwood, an LAPD informant and agent provocateur, in the early 70s, and he started working with this group, Crick, which was had a lot of people that, you know, had kind of like leftist or Marxist kind of political affiliations, but also had been doing assassination research, either on JFK, RFK, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, all of these deep events of the 60s. And, you know, they captured this, like, shocking testimony from Tackwood about his work in the criminal conspiracy section, the CCS of the Los Angeles Police Department. And the way he described it was that it was almost like a pilot program for a new enhanced kind of policing, technologically enhanced, like, counterinsurgency that was being piloted out of the LAPD and kind of tested on Los Angeles County, but also could spread its tentacles out throughout California, because, of course, by this time we had our future president, Ronald Reagan, you know, in the governor's mansion in Sacramento. And also, interesting, a guy who will pop up as a little side character throughout the SLA thing. At this time, in 1968-69, C. Evel Younger was the district attorney of Los Angeles, you know? And then by just a few years later, by the time Patty Hearst is kidnapped, C. Evel Younger has become the Attorney General of California, you know, under Ronald Reagan's administration. And Tackwood talks a lot about not only the city, you know, police, the LAPD was kind of doing this stuff, but there was also an agency called the CII that was run out of the California Attorney General's office that kind of served as like a state investigative, like a state police agency, right? Like a state level one. I guess other states would have like state troopers in this position, but California had the CII. And so, you know, Evil Younger, I mean, think about what happened in like Los Angeles during, you know, his tenure, the Manson murders, of course. You know, it's kind of the tail end of that Laurel Canyon phenomenon that then went bad. And then also the extremely suspect murder of two of the leading Los Angeles Black Panthers, right?
Yes.
Bunchy Carter. Yeah, Bunchy Carter, and I always forget the name of the other gentleman. But rest in power to him. He was murdered by two brothers that were part of Ron Karenga's U.S. organization on the UCLA campus.
Yeah, it was John Huggins.
John Huggins
Huggins
and Bunchy Carter were murdered after like a meeting. And then Louis Tackwood claimed not only, you know, that well, he basically claimed that Ron Karenga was just like him. He was a police informant, an agent provocateur that was weaponized, like Louis Tackwood, against the Black Panthers, who at that point the authorities basically saw as like public enemy number one that needed to be crushed by any means necessary. And Tackwood even says, I believe, that he was directed by his handler, Sergeant Farwell, who again is going to pop up in this story, to get a hold of some guns and give them to Karenga's group. And then I believe some of those guns were
and he gave them like money to take care of the Black Panthers. And either like whatever you make of Tackwood's testimony, it's like unequivocally true and like established by like FBI documents that they did try to like manipulate both parties in that conflict, the Black Panthers and the US organization. Like they, you know, used like they created like satirical political cartoons about the Panthers and like published them in the name of the US organization. And they did, you know, vice versa to the US organization. So they like definitely like what we have like confirmed on record outside of like Tackwood's account is definitely that like the FBI tried to like, you know, and you know they were very upfront about their objective being to create like a physical confrontation between these groups, right? And that they would like attack each other violently. That was like unequivocally the goal. So yeah, this, you know, one of the books we'll be drawing on, like Revolution's End, like the argument of that book is kind of like drawing a link, you know, very explicitly between, by Brad Schreiber as the author of the book, drawing a link very explicitly between that event, the killing of Bunchy Carter and Huggins, to this, you know, the emergence of the SLA.
Yes, exactly. And you're right. This, I think, is a book.
And, well, the FBI and the intelligence community machinations underlying that event to, you know, what else they may have been doing, and, you know, put together some pretty compelling evidence in that direction.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I actually underestimate. I'm very glad we did that kind of on a whim. Like we did that Glasshouse Tapes episode right before this, because I had actually like not heard of that book, shockingly. You know, and another big person, there are a few big personalities on Crick that would go on to do really good, like, important work in trying to like correct the record about what was going on with the SLA. One big one is a real OG, somebody I think I got a lot of respect for in this, you know, in a place where, you know, we can be pretty cynical sometimes about media figures, but Donald Freed is one, right? And then of course our, I think, mostly vindicated GOAT, our conspiracy queen, Mae Brussel, was also associated with the Crick and was collaborating with Donald Freed about, and, you know, also doing her radio show in Carmel, you know, exposing a lot of this stuff on like a week by week basis. And so this book here, written by somebody a little younger, Brad Schreiber, I think this came out in 2015. I would say this is like the single best compact work if you want to understand the true nature of like what was going on with this entire historical episode. I think Brad Schreiber does a great job. I mean, pretty much I would say most of his sources and, you know, arguments in this book are derived from the research work of the kind of main investigative team that of Donald Freed, Mae Brussel, and then 2 other people, Rusty Rhodes and private investigator Lake Headley III from Las Vegas. And then finally, last but not least, he does thank in the beginning of the book. There's an independent, like, investigative journalist named Dick Russell who eventually would write, I think, in Argosy. I don't know if it was a newspaper or an underground magazine or whatnot, but it was called Argosy. In 1976, he wrote a very long, interesting article called "Who Ran the SLA?" And in case anybody is wondering, that name rings a bell from the Ramparts episodes. I tried to look into it, and I figured out who the Dick Russell who funded Ramparts was. He was a Connecticut businessman who was a fundraiser for the state of Israel, and I think actually backed out of funding Ramparts after their disgraceful, article after the 6-Day War in 1967. He thought it was like not pro-Israel enough or something. So, or like it was too pro-Nasser, which it wasn't even that pro-Nasser. I think Bob Scheer wrote an article, but
it really wasn't.
It wasn't that
wasn't
crazy. But like so this guy, I think he pulled this thing from, they pulled his money from Ramparts, whatever. I'm pretty sure that this Dick Russell who wrote about the SLA is like a totally different guy who's like not related to him. It's just, it's kind of a common. I think that Dick Russell was Jewish, and I don't know if this one was, but this guy just seems like I wasn't able to find a lot of other work that he had done, but the Who Ran the SLA article is quite good, and then I think also Brad Schreiber says that in his introduction that he got in contact with Dick Russell when he was writing this book, and Dick Russell handed over to him like hundreds and hundreds of pages and notes and documents and research and things like that he had been basically sitting on since the 70s, and was able to fill in a lot of blanks from there. And I will say it's a little sad because I remember I got this book probably in like 2020. I'd heard Schreiber on some, like podcasts and things like that. And I do remember early on when we had the show, we had always planned on doing like a little Patty series and going off this book. And I remember somebody, maybe in our Discord or on Twitter or something, said a few years ago that, hey, if anybody wants to have Brad Schreiber on, like, you might want to do it because he's been diagnosed with cancer, etc. And there's no information like about him right now. I was able to literally like track down like his high school alumni Facebook page, and somebody posted that he did indeed pass away from cancer in 2024. So small dedication for these series of episodes to the late great Brad Schreiber. I feel a little bad that we didn't, jump right away and try to get him like on SJ. He probably would have come on, but hopefully we can do justice to his book, which is a very good, compact, like accessible overview of the absolute susness of this case, and how the mainstream media continues to play along to this day. Even places like KPFA will play along with just ignoring the deep, dark underbelly of like how the SLA was created and what purpose they actually served, and like what this story was, So yeah. I think from there, I don't know if it's worth kind of saying, like, I mean, I guess we already have kind of summarized, like, if you watch a normal thing about Patty Hearst and the SLA, like, what are you going to get? Many people probably have done that. But, I think we said you're going to get like a true crime story. You're going to get, it was the 70s in the Bay Area. The people were just like that.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get rich girl, classic story. Rich girl decides to go bad, or was she Stockholm syndromed? What a lovely little debate to have, that makes great content, right? Should she be blamed for the actions she took part in as part of the SLA, or was she under duress the whole time? And then, of course, there's Patty's perspective herself, which you can go into. Another source that, if people want to check out kind of the media coverage of this, I don't know if you got a chance. Did you watch Paul Schrader's 1988 movie, Patty Hearst?
No, I didn't. I didn't watch it. No.
You know, I think I trash talked it a couple episodes ago and said like it sucks, like blah blah blah. And I mean, in the sense of it does not address anything in like the work of, you know, Russell, Revolution's End. Like it definitely sucks in that regard. But I did decide to rewatch it, you know, just to like see what it was, because, you know, I like some Paul Schrader movies. You know, he's an AFI brat, like you know, from the David Lynch kind of era, and has made some interesting thrillers, whatever. But it was like better in some ways than I remembered it. What I really realized is that it's kind of like a documentary play in many ways. And
Yeah.
that was interesting to me because it underscores something about this case. This case exists so deeply inside of like the spectacle. This is like an incredibly mediated event by the media of its time, right?
Yeah.
Like everything from like the messages we get from Patty, they're transmitted on these tape recordings that are broadcast on KPFA. The news conferences in Hillsborough with Randy Hearst, the father, and his wife, you know, talking every day and being forced to read like, you know, death to the fascist insect that feeds upon, you know, like he has to read like
Right.
the classic line, which was an Eldridge Cleaver line, right? Death to the fascist insect that feeds on the life of the people.
Yeah, right.
That was an
Yes,
Eldridge
exactly.
original, and you know, it's a spicy line. I get it, you know. But like all those kind of things, like the kind of reality TV, like day to day, like, you know, day 15, day 20, kind of like crisis of it, of course. And then the images that eventually come out after the Hibernia bank robbery, where you see these like stop motion kind of surveillance images of Patty, but like she's Tanya now, you know, in the pictures, right? That are sent to K-San and the San Francisco Phoenix, LOL, of her with the gun in front of the seven-headed cobra, which is it's actually a pretty sus cobra when you dig into the origins of it, and all the chattering like all the statements in the media and the alternative media and everything. It's so fucking mediated. But one thing I did realize about that book or about that movie, which makes me like forgive it a little bit, is it's like a very, very direct adaptation, I think, of Patty Hearst's memoir, and that's why it is kind of the way it is, you know. Like it's pretty much almost entirely from Patty's perspective, just starting immediately with the kidnapping and then moving on to like her kind of psychological torment. And then there's a lot of like very spirited scenes, both from Field Marshal Sin Q, Donald DeFreeze, played by Ving Rhames, and Natasha Richardson playing Patty Hearst.
Isn't it Sync or right? Sync K? Isn't it Sync K?
Well,
or something
that's
like that? Yeah,
that's
people
where
call me Sin.
But
Right?
no,
My comrades call me Sin.
That's
yeah.
that's where it gets kind of funny, because like technically speaking, like the name that the name he's allegedly named after should be pronounced Sinke, like kind of like a 5, right, or whatever. And he mispronounced it as Sin-Q, you know, so that's how he was known to everybody.
No, yeah, I noticed that he mispronounced like a bunch of things, in his tapes.
And a lot of people pointed out even that has like a kind of dark irony to it. I mean, we'll get into it when you'll never believe who gave him that name in prison, but you know, that name itself, even that was named after a slave who led a rebellion on the Amistad slave ship, right? And became like a famous case. I think it was made into like a Steven Spielberg movie in the 90s, right? Amistad, right? And Sinke was the leader of that rebellion, and I think they were taken back to New Haven, Connecticut, and put on trial for what they did. And there was like this big historical trial about like, you know, was it justified for them to have a slave revolt, you know, because they're being enslaved, etc. And I do believe that Sinke was acquitted. You know, I guess he was in the North, you know, but he was acquitted. But then the kind of dark postscript to that is allegedly then he moved back to West Africa and became a slave trader.
Oh.
So, you know, like that aspect of Donald DeFreeze having the name, you know, the mispronounced version of Sinke, Sin-Q, as a black man who is maybe holds himself up as is on the one hand as like a leader of kind of like Black America and a Black revolutionary, but then is selling his brothers and sisters into slavery. As we dig into the background of Donald DeFreeze, it kind of the shoe fits in in a disturbing kind of way, because I don't know, should we maybe start with fact number one that none of these mainstream news sources will talk about, and this is a really big one, is that Donald DeFreeze was a police informant in Los Angeles for the LAPD, not only for the LAPD, for the CCS, the Criminal Conspiracy Section. And in fact, according to Louis Tackwood, he had the same handler as Louis Tackwood, Ron Karenga, and Cotton Smith, the infiltrator of the LA Black Panthers, who eventually testified against them. That was Sergeant R.G. Farwell, Ron Farwell, I believe, who was a Black LAPD officer who was sort of the commander of like the Black Desk, as some people described it. Like he was like the one Black officer on like the CCS team, and so he was a direct handler of this of a kind of stable of informants and agents provocateurs that, among other things, were meant to like infiltrate Black radical groups, whether it's the Black Panthers, the Black Muslims, etc., and also get them set up for crimes, stoke conflicts with other Black groups, and try to get them to kill each other, and all the stuff that Tackwood talked about doing. Donald DeFreeze was ensnared into that world very much, like Tackwood. And like, just stop for a second and think how crazy it is to like that even today we don't like bring that up. Like normal, like Jeffrey Toobin is going to go on Conan O'Brien and he's not going to bring that up in his book one time. KPFA is going to do an hour, on it, talking about somebody with, a journalist who was there, and they're not going to bring it up one time. It's fucking insane. Like, I mean, as this group kind of like this crick group of like Donald Freed, Headley, Mae Brussel said in they did a press conference in San Francisco in the middle of all of this that it's famous in my heart, but it's actually not famous. It should be famous. I think it was on May 10th, 1974. Their kind of big argument, and this is kind of an appeal to like mainstream sensibilities, but they said, given that everybody's so wound up about Patty Hearst, oh, she's in danger, blah, blah, blah. If you had just released the information that Donald DeFreeze was a snitch, the group would like fall apart from the inside and like people wouldn't follow this guy, right? Like it would just break down. Like nobody would believe this guy was an epic freaking leftist if like his police informant record was exposed. And so for them to cover that up is not only like kind of sus, but is like endangering, the life of Patty Hearst, is sort of like building up toward it. Also, of course, endangering any leftist that was naive enough to kind of think that they were right on and provide them like material support or things like that. Though, to be fair, not that many did. A lot of leftists in the Bay Area were like very sussed out by the SLA, even before they kidnapped Patty Hearst. They were not exactly popular, but the right-wing forces in California and nationwide certainly wanted to like promote the belief that they were incredibly popular, and they were they were kind of emblematic of like a number of radical groups, whether it's the Weathermen or, other offshoots of the SDS, the Venceremos organization, other groups like that. They totally wanted to portray it as like this organic phenomenon that had the support of these dangerous lefty people, and therefore, needed to be crushed like mercilessly. But yeah, Donald DeFreeze, it turns out, like does not have he has kind of a strange and sad background to his life. Let me see here.
There's some interesting chapters on him in Revolutions, and I think part of the reason like for the kind of erasure of this dimension to the whole thing is like because like it kind of remains so murky. And it's, like kind of, yeah, like you'd have to, like the evidence is like circumstantial at points, so I mean it does like form a compelling picture what like together, but I think like they kind of have succeeded in like making sure that it remain like there isn't really the smoking gun that you're like that would really enable the like kind of limited hangout narrative to really be diffused totally.
They've managed to, because none of the people who have survived that were kind of main players in this like have spoken about like they kind of dodged the topic overall about law enforcement or intelligence involvement in the formation of the SLA. There could be a lot of including Patty Hearst, by the way. Like I think that there's if we're to believe the evidence that is presented by these researchers at the time and collected by Schreiber, then Patty Hearst is lying about certain things and hiding certain things about herself.
Right.
That she, to this day, is she still alive? I think she lives in Connecticut and breeds like show dogs, I think, and lives a very kind of quiet, like relatively private kind of existence.
As people in chat mentioned, she had like that weird career where she was, John Waters like made her into an actress. Right.
Oh, right. I forgot that it was John Waters that did that. And she also
like his first acting role. She played like kind of like a Patty Hearst type character, I think, like in her first acting role, which John Waters gave her.
Interesting. She kind of leaned into the camp of it.
Oh, it was like that. I don't know if she had. I don't remember what role she had, but the movie was kind of inspired by Patty Hearst. It was like the one where like instead of like a Symbionese Liberation Army, like a leftist radical group, really they were kind of a radical group, but they're like radical filmmakers, and they kidnapped like a Patty Hearst character who wasn't played by Patty Hearst to like make their radical films, right?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, yeah.
I wonder if that wasn't a kind of a send up of Newsreel, the Radical Film Collective.
Cecil B. Demented, that's what it was.
Oh,
right?
Cecil B. Demented. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Yeah, she also had a very I was shocked like a while back when I was rewatching a completely I think it was when we were doing our Biosphere 2 episodes. I went and rewatched a 90s comedy, not really classic, but she has a bit part in Biodome with like Stephen Baldwin and Pauly Shore. Yeah. I forget if she plays like one of their moms or like a reporter or something, but she has like a brief bit part in that from the mid 90s. Okay, of course that was connected to Steve Bannon and John Brockman and a lot of sus lords floating around that project, but that was then kind of satirized by Biodome. I don't know. Just weird. But anyways, like Patty Hearst like hasn't really spoken about apparently she wouldn't even speak to Jeffrey Toobin for his probably very mild official story kind of book. And so we don't have and we don't have any police documents, of course, from the state of California or the FBI. I think there's some FBI files that were like released, but you're really left to like stitch together a lot of circumstantial evidence. But like, I don't know, the preponderance of that evidence pointing towards something really sinister is pretty intense and staggering. Like when you start to look at, if you even try to answer the simple question of like, what was the LSA what was the SLA and how did it get formed? I don't even know what the official story of that. Like I'm vaguely aware of like how they tried to spin it, but it's like so suspicious that this radical terrorist group that would burst into the headlines and everything was formed inside of prison walls in California, in conjunction with white kind of liberal, like leftist outsiders, a lot of them Berkeley students who were brought up as part of a special program and then made contact with people like Donald DeFree. Like, there's just no way that there wasn't some like extremely weird like shadiness going on, like the idea of it just being like, oh, this just happened under our noses, crazy, wow, Bay Area 70s, what are you gonna do? Like, no, like I'm not buying it at all. But let's see, maybe Maybe to start, I will read a little bit about Donald DeFreeze, the Field Marshal Sinque.
Yeah, this first chapter, maybe.
Let me see. Sorry, one sec. Oh, you know
I
what?
can start if you want.
Actually, I was going to start on the collision course with infamy chapter. I just realized I didn't grab my coffee outside. Hold on one second.
Okay, all right. To the random guy. Well, I won't answer that on stream, but if you come back, I'll try to answer. Look into the chat. Did Tubin admit that he actually forgot to cut his camera that day? Was he streaming from his work laptop? I mean, I feel like yes. I feel like he did, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he denied it. Maybe he was like, it was an op. I was brought down for my take that Patty Hearst wasn't was voluntarily enlisted into the Symbionese Liberation Army, which, as I understand it, is the thesis of his book. I looked up while Dimitri was talking. I looked up that the Sinque theory. I think that it's controversial, like whether he actually traded in slaves after the Amistad incident, but it does seem like some probably did. But I don't really know too much about it. Yeah, one of the things that's interesting, I don't know if we'll have a chance to talk about this, but it's very interesting how the name of it does the name of the SLA, I feel like, does kind of suggest its origins in some kind of like FBI astroturf, because it Symbionese, it just seems like kind of like a totally untethered from any actual political cause, and it's related to the idea of symbiosis, I guess. That's kind of the idea, we're all in symbiosis here in our society, and that so that makes us the Symbionese, and therefore it's kind of this vague radical posturing that's not actually connected to any kind of political cause in the way that these groups generally actually were. They kind of had some kind of specific political objective, whether it was Black liberation, even if they could coordinate with others, right? They were kind of had one focus usually, or at least a focus, but but yeah, in this case it's this vague notion of symbiosis. What?
Which chapter are you reading from? A collision
Oh,
course
I wasn't reading from anything.
Okay.
I was just
Are you chatting? Okay. Sorry about that. I left my coffee outside. A fly landed in it, and then I got sussed out that I shouldn't drink coffee with that fly. There's poop on its legs. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Well, if you dip, you should take off the wing and dip the other wing inside the drink, right? Because one side has the poison, the other side has the cure.
Oh my God!
As they say in the hadith. There's like a famous hadith that people bring up sometimes about the wing of the fly. Like if a fly lands in your drink, you have to dip the other wing of the fly. And I remember, I think I might have been mentioned on the show before. I remember finding some like scientific study that was done by like some like university, like in some or like some unit or something, some research group in one of these Gulf countries about like whether dipping the wing of the fly actually does
provide the cure.
Provide the cure, and of course they concluded that it does or something. But
okay.
I mean, I don't actually endorse that practice. I don't think that necessarily.
Well, anyways, COINTELPRO fly trying to destroy my caffeine, but no, it's okay. I'll jump in here from Chapter 1 in Revolution's End, A Collision Course with Infamy, and we'll get a little bit of background about Donald DeFreeze. Okay, so Schreiber writes that Donald DeFreeze was born in Cleveland on November 15th, 1943. His mother, Mary, worked in a convalescent home as a nurse, but any nurturing she provided her son, the eldest of 8, was obliterated by his father, a toolmaker whose blind rages at his son included attacks on the boy with a baseball bat and a hammer. DeFreeze once told a prison therapist that his father broke his arm on 3 occasions, twice when he was 10 and another time when he was 12. By the age of 14, DeFreeze's internal rage reached its first boiling point. He finished 9th grade in Cleveland, but his animosity toward his father was so great that Mary DeFreeze, to avoid any more domestic violence, arranged for young Donald to live with a cousin in Buffalo, New York. After a brief stay, the sullen DeFreeze was then bounced to the home of a fundamentalist black preacher, the Reverend William L. Foster, and his family. This was the chance for DeFreeze to follow a path of normalcy and acceptance. He studied the Bible with the commitment of someone yearning for a lifeline. Foster described him as a get-up-and-go kid who made spare money by collecting and selling junk and scrap metal. But the neighborhood took hold of DeFreeze in a way religion could not. He had a heart as big as a house, Reverend Foster said, but some of the boys he used to hang out with I didn't care for. You just knew, he insisted, that they were 99 and 44 out of 100% bad. I guess that was an Ivory Snow soap ad catchphrase. The boy who would be on the FBI's most wanted list began his criminal career with a gang called the Crooked Skulls. In August 1960, he was arrested attempting to break open a parking meter. A mere 9 days later, when he attempted to steal a car and pistol, DeFreeze was again arrested. This time, stripped of the warm embrace of the Foster household, he was sent to a boys' reformatory in Elmira, New York. In a 14-page 1970 letter to Superior Court Judge William Ritzy, detailing much of his past and asking for leniency in a bank robbery sentencing, DeFreeze referred to the Elmira Reformatory as the beginning of his political consciousness. Quote, "Life in the prison, as we called it, was nothing but fear and hate, day in and day out. He was denigrated by all the boys at Elmira because I would not be a part of any of the gangs, black or white. I didn't hate anyone, black or white, and they hated me for it." In another genuine attempt to settle down and find a way to fit into society, he returned to the Fosters after 2 years, at the age of 18. In love with their daughter, Harriet, he asked her parents for her hand in marriage. She was 14. They refused, and he left Buffalo, bitter, rootless, and broken-hearted. He drifted to Newark, New Jersey, where he met Gloria Thomas, who was 23 and already had 3 children. The father was nowhere in sight. "She was nice and lovely," he wrote in the 1970 letter. "I fell in love with her, I think. I believe I was just glad and happy that anyone would have me the way I was." DeFreeze was legally obliged to get his parents' permission for the nuptials. They consented, but told him he was a fool. In 1963, Donald and Gloria were married. He was 19 years old, a high school dropout, and suddenly a father of 3 with no marketable skills. Things were lovely all the way up to a few months, DeFreeze stated in his 14-page autobiographical sketch sent to the aforementioned judge. But after a fight, Gloria yelled, quote, "She didn't love me at all, but that she had needed a husband and father for her kids." He hoped their first biological child would mend the rift in their marriage, quote, "But as soon as the baby was born, it was the same thing. I had begun to drink very deeply, but I was trying to put up with her and hope she would change. But as the years went by, she never did." Less than 1 year after the marriage, DeFreeze was ordered to appear in court for desertion. DeFries and his wife eventually added a total of 3 children to the family, but his struggles to find steady work led Gloria to berate him and, according to DeFries, after a mere 7 months, be unfaithful. Quote, I came home sooner than I do most of the time from work, and she and an old boyfriend had just had relationships. In disgust, DeFries claimed he told Thomas to go live with the boyfriend, who refused. He fought with her. He forgave her. But then he learned, quote, that none of my wife's kids had the same father, and that she had never been married, contrary to what he had been told. Quote, I was a little afraid, but I said I would give her a good chance. I really put faith in her, but somehow, little stories kept coming to me. One was that my boss had come to my home looking for me, and that my wife had come to the door in the nude. Oh. DeFries abandoned his family once for a 2-month trip to Canada, but when he returned, he learned that Gloria was pregnant, and that my wife, he learned that she was pregnant. He obtained 2 jobs to try and pay for the overdue bills. He heard rumors about Gloria being promiscuous during his Canadian trip. Concluding that the child she had just given birth to was not his, DeFries separated from Gloria, and for 4 months she lived with another man. Unable to bear it, she returned and begged DeFries to forgive her. DeFries took her back, even if he didn't fully forgive her. The pressure of a half a dozen young children, sporadic employment alternating with welfare, and a contentious marriage led the 22-year-old DeFries to a fantasy refuge, handling guns and explosive materials. He says, quote, I started playing around with guns and fireworks and dogs and cars, just anything to get away from life, and how unhappy I was. I finally got into trouble with the police for shooting off a rifle in my basement and for a bomb I had made out of 30 fireworks from 4th of July. After I went to court and got probation, I was really ashamed of myself. I had not been in trouble with the police for years, and now I had even lost that pride. DeFries' 1970 autobiographical statement convincingly laid blame upon his father, his wife, and the crushing poverty he had to withstand. But nowhere did he detail his own inability to talk with others, to discuss the difficulties he encountered, and thus, perhaps, amend them. In fact, DeFries hid details of his life from friends and coworkers. He worked intermittently for an Orange, New Jersey painting contractor who never even knew DeFries and his wife had any children. He perceived DeFries as unusually quiet, except when the subject of guns came up, and then the young man waxed rhapsodic about caliber, firepower, and the like. While in New Jersey, he worked for a few different painting contractors, and then tried to start his own business, House of DeFries, but overextended his credit and had to endure yet another failure. In desperation to change something in his life, DeFries left his family behind in March 1965. But his obsession with guns and explosives continued unabated. While hitchhiking on Interstate 10, the San Bernardino Freeway near West Covina, an act itself illegal, DeFries was stopped by police. The hitchhiking was the least of their concerns. As DeFries reached for his ID, the cops spotted a sharpened butter knife and a tear gas canister tucked into his waistband. With probable cause, they asked to look inside his suitcase. It contained a sawed-off shotgun. It was 64 days in the state prison at Chino before DeFries had his day in court for possession of the shotgun and tear gas bomb. A psychiatrist hired by the state of California to evaluate DeFries' propensity for handling guns and small explosives learned of his horrific childhood. Quote, DeFries' state's father tried to kill him 3 times, the psychiatrist noted. Used to inflict human punishment, hit him with hammers, baseball bats, etc. He shows areas on his head where he was struck and had to receive sutures. Every time he went to the hospital, his father told him he just got hurt. The time he was picked up with the gun, at age 14 in Cleveland, he had planned to shoot father, who had been mistreating him. DeFries was released after time served in jail. 2 weeks later, he was back in New Jersey, standing in front of another judge for the bomb and gun charges in the basement of his home. The judge continued the case for a year, and in June 1966, DeFries received 2 years probation. Quote, all my friends and family knew of my wife's ways, DeFries wrote of this period of his life. I moved all over New Jersey, but everywhere I went, someone knew me or my life or about my kids. I just couldn't take it anymore. I was slowly becoming a nothing. Again, he planned to leave his family behind for California, but Gloria begged him to bring the large, poverty-stricken clan with him, and DeFries relented. In Los Angeles in 1967, their 6th and last child, doomed like the others to be neglected, was born. Relocating to the Golden State did not better their lives in the least. In the spring of '67, DeFries was laid off from a car wash job. Because he was not a California resident, he was refused welfare payments, and an employment training program for which he applied turned him away because of his extensive police record. DeFries continued to possess illegal weapons without using them for any criminal purpose, and he also put himself in the position to be discovered with them. It was as if having guns and explosives on his person gave him a sense of power, of purpose. Somewhat incongruously, DeFries was stopped on June 9, 1967, for the relatively minor infraction of running a red light on a bicycle at Vermont and 60th Street. He gave a fictitious name to the arresting officers, and they quickly discovered his falsehood. The ensuing search revealed a homemade bomb in his pocket and another in a bag in the basket of the bike, along with a .22 caliber pistol. DeFries claimed he had found these weapons and was going to sell them to support his family. His reason for not doing so was highly ironic. Quote, I thought about the nut that would buy them and what no good he would probably have in mind, and of the possibility of him killing someone with the gun. It give me a very funny feeling, a bad feeling of death in my mouth. DeFries further explained that his car was repossessed, and as a result, he had lost his last job. The case was sent to Superior Court Judge Bernard Lawler in Torrance. DeFries brought testimonials from the Community Skills Center, where a Head Start project worker had written that the petty criminal was very energetic and able to communicate well with young people. Arnold Kay, the probation officer, interviewed him and was convinced that he was not a hardened criminal, but a wounded and confused man. Recommending probation rather than jail time, Kay wrote in part, the difficulties which the defendant has encountered in his life are real and serious. He feels his responsibilities deeply and is overcome when he cannot meet them. He appears to have a warm relationship with his wife and children. The type of behavior encountered in the present offense appears to be the defendant's way of compensating for feelings of inadequacy and powerlessness. Kay went on to conclude in his probation report that he was concerned about DeFries' mental stability and that it might be best to commit him, short-term, for psychiatric evaluation. He mentioned how ironic it was that only after the bicycle arrest did California's Welfare Department provide financial aid to the DeFries family, and only after DeFries was out on bail did the job training program make his case a priority. To support his contention, Kay quoted DeFries, who maintained, with unintentionally comedic effect, if I had known that we could have got help by me going to jail, I could have did a lot of lesser things, like broke a few windows or something. And then DeFries referred to his default defense. It would have been worth it to help my wife and kids. Judge Lawler showed compassion. After DeFries pleaded guilty, the judge gave the wayward young man 3 more years probation and stated, "You do have a bad record, but I think you're entitled to a break in this particular instance, and I hope you will take advantage of it." DeFries became adept at convincing people like probation officer Kay that he wanted to do right by his wife and children. That, coupled with no actual use of explosives and weapons, kept him from a long sentence in jail. But less than 3 months later, DeFries came up with another criminal scheme. This time it involved engaging in infidelity, likely a response to being cuckolded by Gloria. In fact, the prostitute DeFries met shared his wife's first name. On December 2nd at 3:30 in the morning, Gloria Yvonne Sanders went to a South Central LA motel with DeFries, where he paid her the going rate for that place and time, $10, and they had sex. Apparently less than content with Sanders' services, DeFries pulled out a small Derringer-type pistol, thrust it against her head, and demanded not only his $10 back, but all the money she made that day. Sanders stated that DeFries ordered her to have sex with him again, but this time, as she described it, they, quote, performed unnatural acts. Afterwards, Sanders insisted she was cold and got DeFries' permission to get up and retrieve her coat. Seeing a fleeting chance to escape, she ran out the door and down the street. DeFries did not flee the premises himself. He promptly fell asleep, his gun under the pillow. He awoke to the reappearance of Sanders and, to his surprise, 2 LAPD officers. Sanders had called them on a payphone. DeFries was arrested for robbery and obliterating the serial number of his stolen gun. These charges, interesting, were eventually dismissed. But DeFries made a crucial error in judgment as he was led away from the motel in handcuffs. He asked Officer L.J. Hendricks not to leave DeFries' own car at the motel for fear of it being stolen. The police obliged by impounding the vehicle. Naturally, they searched it, only to find in the trunk 12 stolen handguns in a blue canvas bag. The month before, the Western Surplus store on Western Avenue in Torrance had been robbed of about 200 rifles and pistols. A major LAPD investigation of the weapons burglary was ongoing when they stumbled upon Donald DeFries and some of the 200 firearms. 2 days later, on December 4th, DeFries, looking at serious jail time, but confident in his ability to gain probation, made an agreement with the LAPD. He promised to lead them to the man who sold DeFries the stolen guns in exchange for a recommendation of leniency in his sentence. The deal was accepted, and DeFries was escorted by officers to his home on New Hampshire Avenue, where he promised Gloria would lead them to the gun runner DeFries knew only as Ron. But Gloria and the children were not home. DeFries suddenly broke and ran from his police escort. He hurled himself out of a screened window in the second-floor apartment, landing in a roll on a garage roof. The stunned officers saw DeFries scramble off the garage roof, leap to the ground, and run. They pursued on foot, but he was gone. The LAPD, now furious with DeFries, brought their wrath upon Gloria, who was in no position to resist. She suggested DeFries could be found at the apartment of a nearby acquaintance. He was apprehended 2 days later, of course, I guess presumably there. In his arrest record, 2 officers are listed by last name, and this is important, Tolles and Farwell. I believe that's Sergeant R.G. Farwell, the handler of black infiltrators in the CCS. As will soon be seen in greater detail, DeFries' interaction with LAPD officer Ronald G. Farwell after the 200 gun case at Western Surplus store drastically altered his life. Farwell entrapped DeFries in the life of an informant. It set DeFries on an inexorable path of living in constant fear of detection while trying to mentally compartmentalize the lives he ruined and the enemies he made. It was also his unendurable level of suspiciousness and intolerance for personal conflicts that eventually led him to kidnap the heiress Patty Hearst, whose secret liaison with DeFries ended with her abrupt rejection of him. Point number 2. You will never hear that talked about in any mainstream thing, but this book does get into it. I'm still a little unclear as to like who said. I assume they had contacts in the jails that mentioned this, but you never hear that Patty Hearst knew Donald DeFries before she was kidnapped. And even perhaps had a sexual relationship with him.
Right. Yeah. I'll work on tracking that down because that did occur to me. Like, this book is like at least the version I have. I couldn't find like a PDF. You have the actual physical copy. Does it have footnotes in the physical copy?
It has an index. Yeah, well, no, it doesn't have footnotes, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is the bane of all parapolitical research, as I've said many times. But yeah, no, I have the EPUB version. It doesn't have footnotes either. But
yeah, there's an index.
I did find because one kind of assumes that maybe this is based on what Tackwood is saying, but I did find like a New York Times article, very very serious publication. That kind of corroborates all of this, right? It's by John Kiffner, specials of the New York Times.
Was this the Patty in the Land of the Cobra article?
No, it's called Sinque, a dropout who has been in constant trouble.
Oh, you're right. The dropout has been in constant trouble. Oh, Sinque. Yeah, Sinque. The guy has been. I think. Interestingly, I'm pretty.
It's actually spelled with an A in the the headline they have on the Time Machine thing.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of
Time Machine. Yeah, it's based on.
There's a lot of scan errors.
I'm
curious that article was that the article from May 17th, 1974.
Yes.
Yeah, that does come up later because that was the first time a mainstream news outlet actually published based on the work of Donald Freed and Headley and Mae Brussel published this stuff about the informant. But unfortunately, May 17th would be the day that the LAPD laid siege to the SLA and killed Donald DeFries. So they got a little overshadowed, you could say.
Yes, right. Yeah, but it does like, again, it's murky, like they don't like find any kind of a smoking gun, but the fact that he was on probation for such like long periods of time,
Yeah.
like, despite like committing crimes, indicates that they write that this indicates that he was cooperating with the police. It says Morgan M. Morton, an attorney who represented DeFries in his probation hearing, said that at the time it was indicated that he had been cooperating with the police. It was not clear exactly what Mr. DeFries might have done as an informer or how long he might have played the role.
Right.
So,
right.
yeah.
The book here describes the first sting when he gets arrested by Farwell. He ends up basically leading them to Ron Coleman, the gun dealer, his friend, and gets him basically, leads him to their place. They find a bunch of guns, etc. So he says this was the beginning of DeFries' peculiar relationship with the LAPD. He pleaded guilty, and despite his burgeoning police record, he was given an additional 5 years of probation for receiving stolen property. Coleman got 3 years of probation for marijuana possession. DeFries blamed both himself and his wife for his life's path in his court-mandated short autobiography of his family's time in Southern California. Quote, "More and more, I was unhappy with everything. I started back playing with guns, drinking, pills, but this time more than I ever before did. I really don't understand what I was doing. She wanted nice things, and I was working, and I was buying and selling guns, and the next thing I know, I had become a thief." The core truth to DeFries' complex role in the radical politics of California is found in his contention that he initially bought guns to support his family. Clearly, he had an obsession with weapons. He derived a sense of power and some limited income from handling and dealing guns. But the biggest weapons deal he was involved with was, in a sense, the end of DeFries' dwindling freedom of choice in life. When the 200 guns from the 1967 Torrance robbery became part of DeFries' criminal record, he was already a thief. But when he wrote in his biographical sketch, quote, "The next thing I know, I had become a thief," he was, in code, referring to the first time in his life he turned in another person to lessen his own potential sentence. So what he really meant to say is, I'd never been a snitch, right? Next thing I know, I'd become a snitch. DeFries showed no external concern when he turned in Ron Coleman. DeFries never expressed any thoughts, verbally or in writing, about Coleman also being African American, Coleman's proximity in the same apartment building, or the possibility that Coleman might seek retribution for the betrayal. Morgan W. Morton, who you just mentioned, the attorney who represented DeFries in the 67 case, confirmed that it was, quote, indicated that he had been cooperating with the police. The exact details of DeFries' collaboration efforts were not made known to the court. It was both DeFries' willingness to secretly cooperate with law enforcement and the roiling political landscape of the time that combined to make him a police agent who turned his back on the left in general and his own race, especially the Black Panther Party. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's right around, 1967, 1968. Things are really heating up in California and on the left, and the Black Panther Party, of course, is on the rise, coming out of Oakland, but setting up chapters in LA and other cities. So he kind of, he ends up being the right place at the right time to be someone the police can use. Yeah, it goes on. The next chapter is basically about, it starts off talking about the quote unquote threat of the Black Panthers, or the existence of the COINTELPRO program, which formally ran from 1956 to 1971. Right, of course, that was a layer involved in all of this, and they used people like Donald DeFries to set up these groups, who they didn't like. But here we go. When DeFries was caught in 1967 and turned in Ronald Coleman, he became, in street parlance, a snitch. Arresting officer Ronald Farwell recruited DeFries to become an informant for the LAPD. The use of black police agents escalated in the aftermath of the 1965 Watts riots. Of course, this is actually a kind of a shocking number. Tension built in that suburb between 1962 and 1964 as 65 people were killed by the LAPD, including 27 who were shot in the back. One single police case was found to be murder. So yeah, the LAPD killed 65 people in 2 years in Watts alone, and almost half of them were shot in the back. So you could see why they rioted eventually. This really is kind of like an occupying pig force, after 6 days of the racially charged insurrection, 31 civilians, 2 policemen and a fireman were dead, and the LAPD was criticized for its brutality. This, of course, would lead to the creation of the SWAT squad, right? That is going to pop up in the SLA story in a very sinister way. Of course, there were other riots across cities in 1967, and the growing presence of the Black Panthers in Southern California also was a factor in the eventual creation of the Criminal Conspiracy Section, CCS, of the LAPD, dedicated to infiltration, provocation, and arrest of Panthers and other radicals in the most dangerous areas of LA County. Farwell saw in DeFreeze a man who was more fascinated with owning and selling guns than using them in the commission of crimes. Farwell knew the best way to infiltrate the Panthers was to sell them guns via police agents and then arrest them. He was not unsympathetic to the plight of DeFreeze. Farwell, a black officer trying to survive in a predominantly white police force, had 7 children of his own. The combination of probation and some money to help pay bills lured DeFreeze into the fold as an informant, and when Farwell became assigned to the newly formed CCS in 1969, he continued to use DeFreeze. The following year, the CCS was put under the control of the newly created Public Disorder Intelligence Division, the PDID. Farwell's authority increased during those changes. Farwell ran other police agents in his network, and 2 proved to be notorious. Louis Tackwood, a black informant who eventually authored the Glass House tapes with Crick, of course, gave a clearer view of the structure of police intel operations in LA at the time. We just went over his story, his press conferences, etc. And just a little side note about the CCS. I don't think we had brought it up, but in the last episode. But the CCS actually it evolved out of a previous unit that we talked about way back with the murder of Robert F. Kennedy in L.A. I'm talking about Special Unit Senator, or SUS, as its acronym would be. So Special Unit Senator was set up after the murder of Robert F. Kennedy in L.A. in 1968, and then it was converted into directly into the CCS. So it doesn't really give you the best feeling about like having the most trustworthy cops investigating who really shot RFK. I think one of the leading members of the unit from its inception was also future LAPD chief Daryl Gates, who would become notorious during the LA riots, and was actually in charge of operations during the SLA siege in Compton in 1974. Just, like collecting laurels left and right. I think he was part of like LAPD intelligence department. Very, very sus individual. But anyways, another person, of course, they note that was a very infamous CCS informant was Maulana Ron Karenga of the U.S. organization. And of course, it says that after the riots, Karenga helped establish the Black Congress in order to restore the devastated community in opposition to the Maoist politics of the Panthers. His Black nationalist organization, he says here, United Slaves, U.S. I think we discussed that actually was like a Black Panther slur about them, but a lot of people just accept that was their name. I think they were just the it's still a sus name, honestly.
It's the US organization.
Yeah, like to be like US org is like for my radical group.
Like capitalized, like it does make you kind of say like US. Yeah, exactly. But
it also reminds me of USCO. It reminds me of USCO with John Brockman and Stuart Brand, right? Like it's another one that's like LOL, we're feds, like kind of vibe. Yeah. So anyways, the U.S. organization was like promoting a lot of, cultural and racial separatism. But they also were a target of COINTELPRO as well. However, because Karenga shared the FBI's antipathy toward the Panthers, a national rather than a regional movement, Karenga and his followers were clearly favored by law enforcement Tackwood asserted in the Glasshouse tapes that he was the liaison between the police and Karenga, providing money, weapons, and support. Then he talks about the murder in 1969 of John Huggins and Bunchy Carter by members of the U.S. organization. They were cut down. I think it was maybe the Steiner brothers.
The US/us. Yeah.
Get this
right.
too. This is kind of weird. Once again, we get to that kind of interesting Wall Street Journal article about Karenga that talked about him like meeting with Reagan. But there's actually a little more in there. Check this out. Tackwood stated that he gave money to Karenga to, quote, take care of Black Panthers in the Watts area, where Karenga was located. But wait, Karenga was certainly an atypical anti-white black nationalist. The Wall Street Journal reported that he, quote, maintained close ties to the Eastern Rockefeller family. What? Like, okay, which part of the Rockefeller family? Interesting, right?
Yeah.
I hope it wasn't Abby, the Marxist,
I
or
wonder if
Marion.
if that quote actually will allow us to track down the Wall Street Journal article, because I couldn't actually find the article itself, only like quotations of it.
Yeah. It also quotes that he was invited for a private chat with Governor Reagan after MLK's assassination, and also met clandestinely with LA Police Chief Thomas Redden, prompting speculation that of all police agents to serve the LAPD then, Karenga had the highest connections to the white power structure. Yeah. And
he certainly did have connections, because he was a professor, and that was, definitely a critique that could be made of him for sure. That he kind of had this bourgeois career as a professor, and a lot of these figures actually will have kind of interesting overlaps with the academic world as the story goes on.
Yeah.
And so certainly that's there's something to that. Now unfortunately it's not coming up if I search Karenga and Eastern Rockefeller, just a bunch of quotations of the article itself, but I guess maybe that article was never digitized. Or doesn't. Yeah, I wonder if there's a Wall Street Journal archive.
I think if you're a subscriber, maybe you're able to,
maybe.
New York Times.
Yeah.
But check this out. This is pretty smoking gun-ish as far as this episode. Any doubt that the FBI encouraged violent engagement between the Panthers and U.S. was officially obliterated with a May 26, 1970 memo from the L.A. field office to Washington. By this time, 4 Panthers had been killed by U.S. members, and others, on both sides, had been beaten and wounded by gunfire. The memo summarized the Bureau's satisfaction with this violence. Quote from the FBI memo, "The Los Angeles Division is aware of the mutually hostile feelings harbored between the organizations, and the first opportunity to capitalize on the situation will be maximized. It is intended that U.S. Inc. will be appropriately and discreetly advised of the time and location of BPP activities in order that the two organizations might be brought together and thus grant nature the opportunity to take her due course."
Right, yeah.
Yikes.
No, that aspect of this is at least, insofar as you can trust the FBI, disclosed files, right? And that they're not some kind of limb hang, which they may be. Certainly, those give the indication that they wanted to stoke an altercation between these groups.
Yeah.
Right. They don't talk about and then we arranged for Ron Karenga to receive these weapons, which or anything like that. But that's kind of all implication and allegation. But perhaps true. But we do have these documents kind of indicating that they had to be manipulated in order to sort of set them against each other.
Right, and they were more or less okay. That's a common theme throughout this book and the whole story of Donald DeFreeze and other people that as eager as they are to use and exploit informants and snitches, like black informants, to infiltrate leftist groups, they're also oftentimes there's a very brutal policy of kind of burning or disposing of your informants when they're either no longer useful or they're a security threat, a kind of intelligence risk because they know things, right? A lot of these people would end up dead, either stabbed in prison by any number of gangs that oftentimes were working with the prison authorities, or assassinated on the outside. there's a dark trajectory there of like, yeah, even Karenga's group, like hopefully nature will take its course and they'll all just like kill each other,
Right.
That's but definitely the U.S. organization was like preferable. Like if you had to have one kind of triumph over the other, like you kind of prefer the FBI would prefer them.
You would think, yeah, one would assume. Certainly, like, yeah, we said this before. Like, there's aspects of, yeah, we talked about it in the Attackwood episode at a considerable length. Like, the critiques that were made of the US organization. So we don't need to reiterate them. But yeah, like one would think, like the impression you get from their sort of disclosed files, their sort of conversations that like they can't just order us to do certain things. There doesn't seem to be like from those disclosures like any greater penetration into us than into the Black Panthers, so that they actually have, not to say they don't have penetration into both, they're actually able to manipulate both organizations to a pretty pretty easily.
Well, I think that the main operative difference between the Black Panthers and the U.S. in terms of infiltration is that the leader of the U.S. organization was an informant.
Well, I'm talking about what their disclosures indicate. Like, that is not proven. That is just, allegations. And I don't have any, like, sympathy for Ron Karenga, like I said on the show going back a long way. Like, I, find his, like, whole kind of thing to be, like, unproductive, and I kind of agree with the Panther critique of him in a lot of ways. That kind of like added fuel to this suspicion. But in terms of what the FBI says, like it doesn't, like, they don't say anything about that.
Well, I mean, I haven't looked at all the FBI files. It's not in this book in terms of, I think Tankwood claimed it. I don't know if Farwell might have confirmed it at a later date.
Farwell like denied, like, or the LAPD, like, they denied basically everything.
Yeah,
so it's unlikely that.
But Farwell eventually had a falling out with the LAPD, like I think he sued along with the ACLU. He sued the LAPD in the 80s, along with a group of other people. I think this book says that he eventually started to have like some doubts about, as one of the few like kind of high-ranking Black officers in the LAPD. Like, he eventually started to have some moral quandaries about like what he was engaged in. I don't know. Like, I know that they were doing poison pen letters and things like that. Yeah. I actually think that there's more evidence of them directly doing that, like within the Black Panther organization, to split it up from the inside, in terms of making up things. Definitely I don't know. In my gut, I feel like Ron Karenga is like a Fed. Like, he's a Fed. Like, even if it's not a smoking gun.
I agree. Like, there's like, he does like Fed or like his kind of his whole like line and the kind of like cultural nationalism thing I find to be like kind of sus and like counter to some of the like it does kind of derail what was going on both like under like Malcolm X and like both the sort of earlier movement like towards Islam. Like, we talked about this a little bit like in a past Q&A when we discussed Ishmael Reed's Mumbo Jumbo, and the kind of like critique of the nation or of Black Islam in the U.S. in general that kind of comes out in Ishmael Reed's Mumbo Jumbo. And I kind of shared my view on that, which is that like and I talked about it a little bit in the Tackwood episode as well, where I think like it's interesting to kind of introduce this issue of like, Islam is like foreign to our true traditions, and that's what we need to go back to, because it kind of creates this like friction in a way, and like kind of it has that kind of effect, whether deliberate or not. I mean, there were other like fault lines that like definitely existed in some organic way, but were also exploited. I mean, gender is definitely one of them, but like but not to like in any way suggest that those like issues weren't there, weren't real, and weren't worth addressing, and that there weren't problems related to that. But that's what kind of like susses me out about Ron Karenga. But in terms of like, it is definitely true that and this is like partly like because like my understanding, I always thought that it was like ironclad proven, like a fact that Ron Karenga was like an FBI, like, there's no debate about it. And even if like I still like kind of had that gut sort of reaction to Ron Karenga that you have, I do have to acknowledge that like my understanding, and like it's worth noting that like my understanding was not correct in that way, where like those, like what we have from the FBI is different from what we have from Tackwood, whether we trust, and like Tackwood, he's kind of a somewhat unreliable source in certain ways. Like we don't really know what his angle was, and like he might have been saying that in order to do what, like from the FBI sources, it seems that they were trying to do, which was to create friction between these two groups, right? And they definitely like they weren't able to just be like, like they have these, exchanges where they're saying like, okay, we need to manipulate both sides. So they can't, it seems like they can't give orders to one side or the other. They have to, like make them hate each other.
Well, I would only bring up two little factoids, like to say he still could have been sus. One, he's alleged to be an agent of the CCS of the LAPD, not directly an FBI informant, though maybe he had, these things were like connected in some ways, but also there's some indications throughout the SLA story that as sus as like the FBI is, that they were not always like walking in lockstep with the California law enforcement authorities, who I think because they had a very specific incentive to cover up their past like engagements with Donald DeFreeze, like they had maybe a slightly different like agenda than what the FBI was kind of like driving toward. Like maybe the FBI wanted to like rescue Patty Hearst, but like the CCS, LAPD, like state authorities might have been like, we need to like kill all these people. they can't let them live and like go to trial. Like that's going to be really bad. Like we need to, that kind of thing.
And I'm not necessarily saying he wasn't sus. I don't think that like
Also I have I know that's another factoid.
Yeah.
When Tackwood came out and made these allegations in 1971, Karenga had already been convicted for torturing two young women and was in jail.
Exactly.
So like I don't know if like Tackwood like implicating Karenga as a CCS informant would have been a kind of, let me slip in a little COINTELPRO with this truth to like nail him or something like that.
I think that still could have been the case. Again, like, that's one of the many sus things about Ron Karenga. And there's video, like there's not video, but photographic evidence of him torturing those women. And like,
that's beyond, I know he did that. Like
Deborah Jones. He absolutely did that. And she's like, a trustworthy and reliable person. So certainly like, that's something that's like unequivocally very sus about Ron Karenga. But I mean, he's also been attached to every single like intelligence agency under the sun, CIA, FBI, including by Tackwood. Like Tackwood described him. We read that Mohammed Speaks interview, which reproduced like some of Tackwood's statements, where he talks about how he was recruited by the CIA and traveled around, these various places and things like that. So he's, which may be true.
That's circumstantial, but there's a couple of things. Let me read this part here, because there's a couple of things that you could tie a little bit of a circumstantial connection to the CIA activities. I don't know. Anyways, like Karenga, I don't know. He's sus.
No, he's definitely sus. I mean, that like in terms of like his torturing of Deborah Jones,
and like fighting with the Black Panthers, I think he was. That's my gut call, is that he was at least a CCS like informant along with these other guys. Like, but fair enough. We don't have 100% proof of that. But let me read this part. This next part here. Because it is, there's some interesting stuff. The beginning of the end of the cohesiveness of the Black Panthers came on March 9th, 1971, when Robert Webb, a member of the Eldridge Cleaver faction of the Black Panthers, was shot dead while selling the Black Panther newspaper on 125th Street in Harlem. The perpetrators were loyal to Huey Newton's Oakland chapter. So that the Cleaver Newton faction started, fighting by 1971. As retaliation, on April 17th, barely 6 weeks later, Samuel Lee Napier, circulation manager of the paper controlled by Newton's faction, was gunned down in Queens. COINTELPRO disinformation had created resentment between the East and West Coast Panthers. FBI informants permeated both camps. Legal problems nullified the efforts of many influential members, and confusion increased among supporters as to the future direction of the party. No single organizational head helped the Panthers cohere. crime began to undercut legitimate militancy. All these were factors in the East-West ideological war and waning political influence of the Black Panthers. But also in, I think, March of 1971, that was when that group broke into the FBI offices in Media, Pennsylvania, and found, like 1,000 files about COINTELPRO and like made it public, right? That was that big case. So people finally knew about it, and it was like officially discontinued like in 1971, but maybe unofficially not so much. But also this is under the Nixon administration, where they were like flouting, like they were warrantless wiretapping and doing all these things with executive privilege.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a crazy time. But this paragraph is interesting. As for Karenga, he remains a fascinating byproduct of anti-Panther police intelligence. Karenga invented the Pan-African holiday Kwanzaa in 1966. Even more curious, the 7 principles of Kwanzaa, Umoja, unity, Kujichagulia, self-determination, Ujima, collective work and responsibility, Ujama, cooperative production, Nia, purpose.
Ijma, the Arabic term ijma, which actually means like consensus and working together. Again, a lot of this. Anyway, sorry. Keep going. I'm gonna talk about this in a second.
Oh, no, well, I mean, he's like kind of like he's like cribbing from Islam, but like
faith.
also being like, don't become Muslim.
Well, this is actually an important point. I'm gonna tie it in, but yeah, keep reading.
Okay, yeah, I'm just saying these 7 principles of the Kwanzaa flag. This is a very interesting point. Wound up being used by another CCS alumnus, Donald DeFries, when the SLA designed a 7-headed cobra with those same Swahili principles. So yes, the 7-headed cobra of the SLA flag is meant, and this is what Donald DeFries allegedly instructed Patty Hearst on when she was a prisoner, were modeled after the 7 principles of Kwanzaa invented by Ron Karenga. Interesting like lineage there, for especially because Ron Karenga was an anti-communist. So why are you using his principles of it's just a little bit.
Well, it has to do with, and this is like, this is my take on Ron Karenga, which is why, I totally share your like gut feeling that he was sus, despite, whatever caveats we might give. And I think, it is worth mentioning that in terms of like discrediting him, like just like, and it is kind of an indictment of his followers that this was the case, but it certainly was that he did have followers. Like we read that 1974 Unity and Struggle article where they were still talking about Maulana Karenga and trying to redeem him, even though, he was in prison for this crime that he absolutely committed, and it was quite unequivocally true, trying to discredit his accusers. So certainly he did have followers, but I mean, yeah, you could see like maybe that this was de-radicalizing and they might have wanted for it to continue. But in terms of the Swahili thing, this is another connection that I noticed. The character will come up later, Westbrook, right, who is kind of a mentor to DeFries.
He's
also
sort
like,
of the elephant in the room. We'll talk about it in a
also
moment.
Had like an interest in Swahili, which I noticed, right? And there, again, like while being mindful of my positionality, like as a white person, right? I'm not trying to. It is kind of interesting how there was this like movement that sort of was focused around like the ideas of Islam, right? A very particularized form of Islam that was articulated by Elijah Muhammad and then Malcolm X before his death tried to kind of unite this like political energy, or to expand this political energy into something that maybe had kind of a black liberation character, but also like sort of combined with liberation struggles throughout the Muslim world. Then figures like Maulana Karenga sort of emerged. And it's it's in his name itself. I mentioned this in the Tackwood episode, but it's like his name itself is that he chose, Maulana, is Arabic, right? But he would always describe that name as being Swahili, because it's really this move where the Islamic history of Africa is sort of denied and seen as like an imposition, right? And that is to kind of undermine the basis of the sort of political energy that this movement around Islam that was significant. Certainly it was like greatly diffused and dispersed with the death of Malcolm X, and there were other fault lines that emerged, right? But it kind of is a way to sort of subvert this, right? By saying like, well, actually Islam is an imposition just like Christianity, right? Just like these, and really like our roots are in these traditional religions or in these African traditions, things, like as of course, Kwanzaa was sort of an invention, right? So it's almost the
ironic
really
little projection.
Exactly. It's ironic. But this is just like sort of one more fault line is introduced, one more kind of way to subvert this political energy. So that's definitely something that is sus, and it's interesting obviously Swahili is an important African language, but it is interesting, how much it's kind of like de-Arabized or de-Islamicized by Ron Karenga, and Swahili was something that Westbrook is supposed to have studied as well.
Yes,
so,
another language
that's something
expert.
That did definitely stick out to me.
Right. Yeah, actually, yeah, a man who in his academic studies studied black dialectology. That was his kind of field of study that he invented, but spoke multiple languages. Yeah, more on Dr. Westbrook in a second. He's one of the most important, maybe the most important figure in this story that gets like a short shrift, in mainstream media accounts. But just to top off here, actually it says Patty Hearst, even if she was not cognizant of all the machinations of DeFries, knew something of this Kwanzaa SLA connection. She stated, "I had to memorize what each head of the seven-headed cobra meant. Of course, later on I learned that he had lifted that from the Kwanzaa celebration." So, Donald DeFries was neither as calculating nor as politically savvy as Louis Tackwood or Ron Karenga. They welcomed the challenge of working undercover. They avoided arrest while serving the LAPD and FBI. DeFries was caught more often than not, and everywhere he traveled, he seemed to find trouble or it found him. The greatest source of information about Donald DeFries and the hidden history of the Symbionese Liberation Army came from an organization called the Citizens Research and Investigation Committee, CRIC, who we talked about in the Tackwood ep. A screenwriter, author, playwright, and journalist, Donald Fried had already written about the assassinations of JFK, RFK, and MLK. His white support group, Friends of the Panthers, also prompted FBI harassment of him. He hired investigators Rusty Rhodes and Lake Headley II to pursue the facts regarding the Black Panthers and police intelligence in Southern California. Of course, by association, it included the full story of DeFries, Hearst, and the SLA. Headley was a former Las Vegas police intelligence officer who left his position because of the corruption he witnessed in Clark County Sheriff's Department. I guess he was a cop who, decided to flip sides and whatever. But anyways, Vince Bugliosi dubbed him the best private investigator on earth. According to the testimony of convict Fred Braswell to Headley, DeFries met Braswell in 1968, not in South Central L.A., DeFries' usual base of operations, but at the Boston Hotel on Turk Street, in one of San Francisco's seediest sections, the Tenderloin. Braswell was at the time the largest dealer of methadone in Northern California. But he was not content with the title alone, for he was also a cocaine dealer, and apropos of DeFries' work, a major gun dealer for the Bay Area radical group, the Venceremos organization. Yes, Headley's research revealed that DeFries was working not only for Farwell at the CCS, but also for the California state equivalent of the FBI, the Criminal Investigation and Identification Unit, CII, run out of the Attorney General's office. The LA area arrest record of DeFries lists him as CII case number 2771103. His affiliation with the CII explains DeFries' extracurricular activities in the San Francisco Bay Area and soon thereafter the state of New Jersey. I guess in 1968 he got caught trying to break into the gun corral in Inglewood. The owner basically found him and held him up at gunpoint. But after 2 days in jail, he was released and the charges were dismissed. He then was arrested, I guess later that year, for failing in his attempt to steal a motorcycle. 9 days later, Gloria DeFries wrote to the trial judge reminding him of her husband's sporadic work for the county and state and the protections that were to be extended to him. As her appeal euphemistically put it, DeFries, quote, helped recover weapons for the police, and they promised to help him in return. Yet again, probation was granted. I think we might be on his fifth probation now, stacked on top of each other, right? You know, like it's getting a little ridiculous. DeFreeze's continuous attempts to get guns resulted in an arrest barely a month later, September 1968, with his possession of approximately 90 firearms stolen from another Inglewood gun shop. He was sent to the Chino Institute for Men for psychiatric evaluation. At Chino, and this is a little weird, psychiatrist Dr. Frederick J. Hacker, in his report, concluded that DeFreeze was an, quote, emotionally confused and conflicted young man with deep-rooted feelings of inadequacy. His disorganization and impaired social adjustment seem to suggest a schizophrenic potential. He seems to be a passive-aggressive individual. He appears to have a fascination with regard to firearms and explosives. It is felt he is in need of a structured 24-hour program of treatment. His fascination with firearms and explosives makes him dangerous. Dr. Hacker recommended imprisonment for DeFreeze. Actually, this is actually, it says double irony, but it's really a triple. In a double irony, Hacker would be present just prior to the shootout and fire that involved the SLA in South Central Los Angeles in 1974. Also very sus. Dr. Frederick Hacker was an Austrian-born, I think he might have been Jewish because he fled the Anschluss in 1938 as a young man. But, you know, an Austrian-trained, like a Vienna psychiatrist that moved to the U.S. after the war and then became like a consultant to the California prison system. And then during the Patty Hearst kidnapping would become like a personal psychiatric advisor to the Hearst family. And then also just coincidentally happened to like process Donald DeFreeze and recommend that he be imprisoned for being unstable back in 1968. You know, and even in the press conference of Freed and others, I think they mentioned that Dr. Hacker was like pulled off of like DeFreeze's case like very suddenly, and he thought that it was like weird and like violated protocol. Okay, so that's something to keep in mind. Like in a way, like they do with all these prisoners, they're kind of profiling him back at the end of 1968 and noting these aspects of his behavior, and then recommending 24-hour treatment program for him and in prison. So then Judge Barrett, after months of delays, presumably due to LAPD communication with the courts, considered a heartfelt letter DeFreeze wrote in November 1968. In it, DeFreeze rued his miserable life and extolled his newly rediscovered faith in God. The last three paragraphs of DeFreeze's letter to Judge Barrett showed a man filled with self-loathing, and no matter how much of it was intended as manipulation, DeFreeze's shame about his inability to go straight came through strongly. This is from DeFreeze's letter. Sir, I have 6 kids, and I don't want them to ever see like this again, nor do I want them to see their father a jailbird. I must give my kids something to follow, not a father who is forever behind bars. I must give them something to be proud of, and also myself. I am 25 years old next Saturday, and I have made that day to mark a sort of new life and new beginning in my family's future. Sir, I want you to know I am not trying to fool you or myself. I want you to look at my record and know that you are really my last chance. I want you to let me put to work all that I have found, and let me show you all, the people at Chino and here, that all their help and prayers and time were not in vain. Once again, DeFreeze amazingly received probation, despite his accumulated crimes. Barrett gave DeFreeze a 5-year probation, including monthly psychotherapy sessions and an absolute ban on handling firearms of any kind. Unlike the harsh assessment of Chino, the probation department serving Barrett's court defended their recommendation of intense supervision instead of prison based on DeFreeze's warm and meaningful family relationship, the religiosity he professed, and the lack of assaultive or violent behavior in his record, despite the omnipresence of guns and bombs. The legal system accommodated him over and over, providing numerous chances to shift his behavior. But Donald DeFreeze's life circumstances only worsened after 90 days at Chino and his release around Christmas 1968. Also keep in mind in this era, you know, as we talked about with like George Jackson and everything, this was still in the era of indeterminate sentencing in California, which is such an insane phenomenon that I had no idea. It was eventually kind of repealed in, I think, 1976. like a little bit after all this stuff. But that was a situation where on a relatively minor crime, you could be sentenced to 1 year to life. And then it was up to the California Department of Corrections to evaluate whether you were fitting for parole. And thus you could end up in jail for like decades, you know?
Right.
Like
yeah.
it very
this
fucked
is
up.
Like,
and then this guy gets out, like he gets like a million probation things, like, you know, and just never gets put in jail. Whatever. He practically has to really like force their hand. I think that happens through a really bumbling, like, well, he tries to pass a check in a bank, like a fake check that I think he stole from somebody. I think he robbed a like a Filipino woman and like stole her purse and then went to a bank and tried to cash a check in her name, and then the teller saw that he wasn't a woman and went and like, you know, I forget if she called the authorities or like did something, and then he left the bank, and then when he was confronted in the parking lot, he pulled out a gun and got into a shootout. And then was arrested. And then as a result of that violent crime, you know, though there were other arrests like before that, like when he got pulled over and police found an M68 9mm semi-automatic rifle, like a military police style rifle. And yeah, it was just sitting in his backseat in plain view. Fully loaded with a 32 shot clip, registered in his own name, blah, blah, blah. He said he was on the way to sell the rifle, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this was, then there was also a very weird incident in New Jersey that actually does sound kind of like a total shitcoat, where he and another guy, basically, a guy named Cobb, I guess. Yeah, Ralph Cobb, let's see. Sorry about that. Because DeFreeze had lived in New Jersey, whether by Attorney General Evel Younger directly or by a member of the CII in Sacramento, he was assigned to attempt to set up for arrest Ralph Cobb, an influential Black Panther in the Jersey City chapter. In Newark, Alfred Whiters, 32, custodian of the Temple B'nai Abraham, told local police that two black men, later identified as DeFreeze and Cobb, abducted him on a rainy morning and drove Whiters around in his own car for an hour with a shotgun to his head. Whiters said they demanded the phone number of Joachim Prinz, the temple's nationally renowned rabbi, in order to extort from him $5,000 to then be used to free a Black Panther brother in jail, referred to only as the enforcer. Whiters gave DeFreeze and Cobb the number to the temple's answering service, and they left him. No one could explain why his abductors did not directly confront the rabbi, who was listed in the area phone book. You know, so this is weird. And then a week after Cobb was arrested, the temple was seriously damaged by fire. Rabbi Prinz publicly stated that he assumed the Black Panthers were responsible, although no one ever claimed credit for the arson. He was questioned again, and under pressure, Whiters identified Cobb's accomplice via mugshot as Donald DeFreeze. Both Cobb and DeFreeze were investigated for assault, extortion, and kidnapping, but Cobb was released without an indictment. DeFreeze, unsuccessful in his mission to undermine the Jersey City Black Panthers, went to Cleveland, and I guess they were there for a little while, living with his mother, Mary. It says that if DeFreeze was paid in advance by either CII or the CCS of the LAPD for his police agent work in New Jersey, it was not enough to support his family for long. His next attempt was on October 11th, 1969. Police responded to a report that a man was on the roof of the Cleveland Trust Bank, just blocks from Mary DeFreeze's house. He was caught by responding officers while he was running from the building. He had an 8-inch dagger, a .38 revolver, and a .25 caliber pistol, and a hand grenade, which was a federal offense. He gave a fake name, and his mother had to post a $5,000 bail. But before they discovered his true identity, he skipped town and went back to L.A. with his family. And on November 15th, 1969, I think this might be, yes, this is the bank robbery. This was partially fueled, he later admitted, by pills he had taken. and he found a young Filipino woman, Mrs. Milagros Bacalbos, visiting from Hawaii. DeFries walked up to her, took her purse, shoved her to the floor of her automobile, and clubbed her with his pistol. Then he went to a Bank of America branch 2 days later and tried to cash a check for $1,000 made out to her. Unable to account convincingly for the woman's name on the check, DeFries aroused suspicion, and when a teller called the police, DeFries fled. The security guard at the branch was joined by police in pursuit of DeFries outside. They collectively opened fire on DeFries, who emptied his .32 caliber Beretta, missing everyone. He was hit in the left hand and left foot by gunfire and arrested yet again. After that, he got arrested and fired his own public defender and represented himself and started studying law books and things like that, and actually competently kind of defended himself. But his actual explanation was not convincing. He claimed he found the stolen purse, said he didn't assault Bacalbos, and he said he did try to cash her check, but then he just remembered that his car was illegally parked and just went outside to move it, right? Then a gun-happy security guard fired on him, and then he, was doing self-defense, blah, blah, blah. And then he was also, while he was on trial for that crime, he was indicted for the kidnapping in Newark, which, honestly, I do wonder if that was a COINTELPRO op to make the Jewish community that was often liberal and pro civil rights and things like that be these Black Panthers are setting your synagogue on fire and trying to extort you for money. They're no allies of yours. I do kind of wonder if that was.
Yeah, I almost feel like the aggressively pro-Palestine stance of the Black Panthers probably would have been generally the Black Liberation Movement probably would have been sufficient to accomplish that. And of course, there have often been community tensions between those two groups, but maybe that. Certainly exacerbating it, I suppose, is helpful. So
yeah, constantly getting bomb threat. I guess there continue to be threatening anonymous phone calls to the Temple B'nai Abraham for a while after, as this case was grinding through the system, and people saying we're gonna blow up your temple next week, and then nothing ever happened.
Was there anything significant about that rabbi other than that he was targeted?
I hadn't been able to look him up. I guess it says he's a nationally prominent rabbi, so I don't know kind of what his political juice was, or maybe how hardcore Zionist, or if he was more of a civil rights kind of rabbi.
Newark was a hub of Black nationalism, and the Kawaida Towers and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And Amir Baraka was very much based in Newark at one time. So and kind of that was all sort of part of the complex around of Ron Karenga. So that would, be one connection to at least Newark. But
yeah,
Joachim Prinz.
Yeah, you can look him up. Yeah. I'll just mention about this bank robbery. This ends up being kind of an important turning point because so the CCS, after the failed robbery, was done arranging probation for DeFries. One of the main reasons was the .32 Beretta he used. DeFries fired upon the security guard with one of the guns acquired among the 200 in the Ron Coleman case. For his cooperation, DeFries was allowed to keep some of them for resale and likely to set up Panthers in future police agent activity. But now with a gun potentially traceable to the LAPD, recovered after a bust, DeFries was jeopardizing the department. So he really kind of fucked up on this one, and he had a gun that was traceable back to the CCS. So it's not really great, but this is actually...
Well, you know what? There might be something to it, to what you said, and because Joachim Prinz was a leader in the civil rights movement, and in fact, he had spoken right before Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech during the 1963 March on Washington.
Right.
He was obviously a big Zionist, but
sure.
As you would expect.
I could even see some of those very liberal, pro civil rights, Jewish, kind of people that were a big part of SNCC and a lot of the civil rights movements in the South. Kind of they might not have loved the Black Panthers stance with Palestine or whatever, but still kind of felt well, they're you know, like they're still kind of a part of the broader civil rights movement. Maybe
or
like it
have
wasn't
been focused on, definitely there's a way that people to this day try to compartmentalize like generally like progressive or whatever politics from their stance on Israel.
Yeah, progressive
so
except for Palestine.
This guy was, exactly. So certainly this guy was like incredibly, dedicated to the civil rights movement and would have continued to be so. But
then suddenly the Black Panthers are issuing bombing threats on his like synagogue, like left and right, and trying to extort him and all the. It's like wow, you can't.
This is a weird element because this is a weird element of the story because like who is the enforcer?
Yeah, probably nobody. Probably nobody.
An anonymous like fellow named the enforcer out there somewhere.
Yeah, and it doesn't even look like Cobb, who is like a respected Black Panther, like was maybe even involved in this. It was like DeFries and some other guy, or I don't know. It's very odd. It's very odd. But yeah, so he does get in trouble. Going on here, this is interesting. It wasn't a case of the LAPD no longer needing DeFries' services. In June 1970, the LA Times noted that Black Panthers announced their intention to make the South Central area a, quote, liberated territory, armed to prevent the presence of any law enforcement. In addition, a $10 million lawsuit on behalf of the LA chapter of the Panthers was filed against LAPD. I think this is after the big shootout siege of the LA Panther headquarters, kind of arranged by Cotton Smith. The CCS had grown substantially by this time. At the CCS in Parker Center, the police headquarters, intelligence was received by informants who had worked not only for the LAPD, but for the FBI and the CIA as well. But Donald DeFries was no longer one of those informants. So he did get he got cut loose or maybe transferred. Lake Headley actually had a phone conversation with DeFries' CCS contact, Sergeant Farwell, who carefully acknowledged DeFries' previous association with the LAPD, but gave a different explanation of why they severed their contact. This is from a conversation with Farwell and Headley. Headley says, "Did you ever read the letter to Judge Ritzie? He wrote a 14-page letter from the Joint in Vacaville to Ritzie in 1970 that's really interesting. It goes into all this heavy Christ stuff." Farwell says, "Well, that's why I cut him loose. He was getting into that, and I knew he was unstable as far as psychological things are concerned." Interesting.
Yeah, that guy Headley, America's greatest detective, as he called himself, is like the source for like a lot of. In fact, I think he is also the source for the sort of idea that Patty Hearst and Donald DeFries had like a previous association before their kidnapping, right? Like again, I don't know. Yeah, it kind of like goes back to him. He did work with Donald Freed, so yeah, he might be.
And he kind of came on later in like during the SLA era. I don't think he was involved with the Crick like during the Tackwood book and all that kind of stuff. So
I think he did come on later. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. This is another extremely like sus little nugget here that I don't know what it is, but it's weird. DeFries knew that the LAPD was finished interceding on his behalf. As he sat in the downtown jail awaiting trial, he hit upon a desperate plot to lighten his sentence in the only way he knew how, by being an informant. DeFries had overheard a conversation in the next cell between a prisoner and a visitor regarding a planned crime. The plot was the robbery of the Supply Sergeant surplus store on Hollywood Boulevard. The prisoner next door to DeFries was named Charles Manson. What? Okay. DeFries called a contact in the Hollywood division, asked for leniency in sentencing, and informed him as to the plans of the Manson family. The police provided a presence around Supply Sergeant, but there was no attempted break-in of the store. DeFries was out of options. With the highly controversial indeterminate sentencing of the time, he could receive a few years ranging up to a life sentence. Right. Let's see. Then more unlucky news involving the Newark case. Let's see. The prosecutor arranged a visit to DeFries from New Jersey to ask him pointed questions. They came closer than any legal official or law enforcement officer to discovering the Faustian bargain DeFries had made with the LAPD. Francis, the prosecutor, was highly skeptical about the case and its ultimate motivation. Cobb was a respected leader at the Jersey City chapter of the Panthers. In addition, the idea of kidnapping Rabbi Prinz to get ransom for a Panther whose name was never mentioned also sounded highly suspicious. It occurred to me, Francis told New York Magazine, that the FBI had engineered the whole thing. Wow. Yeah, but I guess when they interviewed DeFries in jail, they didn't know he was an LAPD informant. They just like sussed out that this was like weird. This is a weird case, and it was probably engineered by the FBI. So and he was DeFries was extremely nervous and hostile when they like kind of interviewed him. Let's see. Yeah, Friedman, one of the other New Jersey guys, recalled DeFries as angry, suspicious, and unwilling to say much about the case. He was just a cheap young hood, paranoid. He thought we were somehow trying to set him up. Wow. Let's see. Yeah, he admitted to being asked by others if he was a member of the Black Panthers or Black Muslims and swore he was only a member of a church. He couldn't take the pressure any longer. Oh, yeah, that's right. He kind of freaked out after this New Jersey interview where he suddenly snapped. He grabbed the stenographer's notes, jumped up suddenly, and ran furiously down the hall with correctional officers and the others in bleakly comedic pursuit. He tried to flush the notes down a toilet. He was restrained, and the notes were scooped out of the water and dried for later use. Quote, "In all my dealings," Francis later assessed, "I get some impression of which individuals have the capacity to lead. This fellow didn't have any of that." Wow. So, they go back to New Jersey, not really sure. Cobb was acquitted in 1970. Basically, that case kind of like collapsed. DeFries continued to legally represent himself, during this period. And he was well-mannered and professional in the courtroom. But finally, let's see. Oh, yeah, he also, this is another thing that will come up. He wrote like a letter to Attorney General Evel Younger and asked him to testify as to DeFries's, quote, cooperation for the state of California. But, of course, it was a hopeless measure, and he didn't, But the investigators would point to that later when he became famous and say, if he wasn't an informant, why was he writing Evel Younger like a direct letter, because Evel Younger was DA of LA, right, when he was an informant. Mm-hmm. So, like, why? That's a little random. Yeah, he said, okay, and then this is where we go into, DeFries.
Yeah, or was he state attorney at that time, or that was before?
He was a district attorney of LA County, and then he became the attorney general of California. Yeah, the top, like, sort of, law enforcement officer of California. So then DeFries, trying to offset the emotional meltdown he exhibited during his summary, told Judge William Ritzie, quote, "The court, my wife, the doctors for the last 15 years have spent the doggone time telling me I have a problem. I'm sick. I'm this or that, but they never tell me why, what it is, what's wrong with me." The jury found him guilty on all charges. Ritzie, appointed by Ronald Reagan in 1969, had spent 23 years as a prosecutor in the LA DA's office. DeFries, a.k.a. his nickname the Jinx, had drawn one of the least lenient judges possible. He was found guilty of 2 counts of assault to murder and possession of a fraudulent completed check. Ritzie, at the sentencing, recommended psychiatric treatment for DeFries. "As I have stated," Ritzie summarized, "I do not now declare a present doubt as to his sanity, but I do feel he needs help, and needs a lot of it." So Donald DeFries, on December 3rd, 1970, prior to his incarceration in a penitentiary, was sent to the California medical facility Vacaville for psychiatric evaluation. His sentence was 5 years to life in prison. With California's indeterminate sentencing, instead of a judge, the adult authority, that's capitalized, in the penal system, would determine if DeFries would ever see the world outside of a prison again. And oh boy, Vacaville. Vacaville, the California Medical Facility Vacaville. What an anodyne title, right, Khalid? Mm-hmm. But then we get to chapter 3, behavior modification, aka mind control. And that's where we start to really cook. Let me just refill my coffee real quick before we jump into that. But that's where the rubber starts to hit the road, and we start to answer the question of how was the SLA created and who created it?
I guess we're needing coffee, but I'll wait for Dimitri to return. Mae Brussel laid the foundation for a lot of contemporary power politics. It is very true. It's very true. A lot originates with Mae Brussel. An incredible amount, really. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't condone anyone playing a drinking game based on mentions of Vacaville. But you know, I mean, I especially don't condone it because, well, I don't condone drinking in general. I think that, you know, you'll probably get really trash over this next chapter. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, you know, leaving aside even the, you know, connection with DeFreeze, like, it seems like a very sus institution. But we might have to, you know, try to be mindful of staying on track with the story to make sure that, you know, we don't go down too many sort of excursions. Agreed. Alcohol is an evil substance, so I guess, yeah, you can drink water, or you could drink coffee. I guess. However, I'm an alcoholic. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Inshallah, you'll be released from that. Yes, I think, I mean, it'll probably come up, but I think what we were talking about before, with respect to the sort of idea that Patty Hearst and Donald DeFreeze had known each other previously. I'm not sure if that will come up until the chapter after this one, but or, you know, in Revolution's End, if we keep going through that structure. But I think that comes from Lake Headley by way of Rusty Roads, or Rusty Roads by way of Lake Headley, which is a very amusing name, but and I think that it's also secondhand or third hand, even in that case, because it's based on his interviews with inmates. So at this prison, I believe. So it has to be qualified.
What's that? What needs to be qualified?
Oh, yeah, I was just talking about the like Rusty Roads interviews with inmates, but that's kind of down the line from where we are now.
Oh, right. Yeah, a lot of information would come from, yeah, prison inmates. Mae Brussel also had contacts with people on the inside, which, yeah, there's a whole lot there. I mean, yeah, on the one hand, they're in a difficult situation, and you always have to have like a kind of a grain of salt, but also the level of kind of intrigue and fuckery going on in the California prisons during this period, especially with like the prison movement. This is the aftermath of, you know, the kind of Soledad brothers, that, you know, George Jackson and everything. But yeah, let's get into the prison shit, because, you know, we've talked about Vacaville, the name, you know, the cow town, the sleepy cow town that always sends a chill down my spine, you know,
yeah,
just north of the Bay Area.
No, I was saying there's a lot of sus stuff about Vacaville prison, like even outside of this particular story, but, you know, we're going to try to stay focused on this.
This might be kind of the most notorious like episode of Vacaville, like in this period. It's kind of just like, it starts to make your head spin. But, you know, let's also, we've come up with certain instances. Charles Manson was in Vacaville, at least for a little while, right? Like, it seems the way it's described in a lot of sources is normally this was sort of like a way station for prisoners for quote unquote psychological evaluation or adjustment. And then they'd usually be there for a period of 60 or 90 days and then transferred onward to like a standard prison.
Yeah, Manson was transferred out of it, but I think he was there for some time.
Let's also not forget, it might have been in our Dave McGowan, like kind of Laurel Canyon episode where we read from, maybe it was in Operation Mind Control, but there was the story of Timothy Leary being sent to Vacaville in the 70s and like saying just the most outrageous shit about, like, who knows with him? He's always, but like he was in jail in California at various points, and he claimed to like, they're gonna give me a lobotomy and it's awesome or something like that. Like he was saying really weird shit. But anyways, let's just get into this here. Behavior modification, aka mind control. So Schreiber writes, DeFries was remanded to the custody of the California Medical Facility at Vacaville, 41 miles from the radicalism of Berkeley, during a horrifying confluence of events in America. Because of his collusion with the LAPD and the CII unit, authorities inside the California Department of Corrections, the CDC, don't get confused. They were called the CDC at this point, deemed DeFries a potential prison informant. And it was DeFries' sad destiny to be incarcerated at a time when President Richard Nixon's CIA and FBI, alongside Governor Reagan and CDC Director Raymond Pecunier, were willing to take extreme, even illegal measures to counter what they judged as threats to law and order. The epicenter of revolutionary activity was the San Francisco Bay Area, right? And to a large degree because of the Black Panther Party. And it went hand in hand with what was termed the Black Prisoner Reform Movement. And Northern California prisons especially, as DeFries and other inmates there knew, were a kind of ground zero for the Black Prisoner Reform Movement in the early 70s. You know, we get into George Jackson, Soledad brother. His brother Jonathan was kind of set up by Cotton Smith and kind of Louis Tackwood, you know, in a disastrous like hostage-taking raid at the Marin County Courthouse, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, by the early 70s, like the Black prisoner movement had a lot of clout in like the new left radical circles and among white leftists, right?
About. Right. Yeah, we talked the revolutionary subject we were talking about had kind of become the Black prisoner.
Right, the vanguard, which is like, understandable in a lot of ways in the context of the time, but also like if kind of like adhered to literally and not taking into account what could be done to people inside of these prisons, it opened up the opportunity for like some unstable political lines to kind of like develop and other kind of stuff. Like that's, you know, the people that you're nominating as the vanguard, like the most oppressed, are also people that are completely the most susceptible to like aggressive mind control and like behavior modification techniques, you know, and are completely under the control of the state, locked up, right? You know, I think maybe some vigilance, some vigilance could have been exercised, but it seemed like, these are the natural, like, vanguard. They're also, I think there's something about, like, their toughness. Like a lot of these people, some of these people weren't really, like, criminals, but some of them, like Eldridge Cleaver, had criminal backgrounds, and so it's like they knew how to handle guns. They weren't afraid to fight. Like, they had skills that maybe could be like converted into like, you know, revolutionary assets. I think was like a large kind of thinking, you know, a lot of the thinking. So let's see. Going down here, you know, the Black Panthers called for, you know, all Black prisoners were referred to as political prisoners, etc. Let's see. Raymond Pecunier, right? Actually, no, hold on. A little before that. The radicalization of inmates in California exploded into numerous factions and politically motivated violence against each other, at times encouraged by correctional officers. Between 1970 and 76, more than 200 inmates were killed and 400 more injured due to stabbings inside of California prisons. So Raymond Pecunier, whose strong-arm tactics were generally the first response during the most confrontational period in the history of California prisons, bluntly admitted in 1973, "We've lost control. We've become so used to it, we hardly even pay attention to a fatal stabbing anymore." or it was under their control. Procunier said the wardens were the overall power, but direct control over prisoners was administered by correctional officers and the heads of prison units. Donald DeFreeze was imprisoned at Vacaville during a dark era when it was not unusual for guards to funnel street drugs to certain inmate dealers, taking 70% of the profits to augment their CDC salaries. In fact, CDC corruption was so out of control that inmates were put in isolation if they did not do favors like dealing or snitching. There were even occasions, documented by Headley and Rhodes, when guards offered to compensate prisoners willing to kill other prisoners deemed troublesome or uncooperative. Stuart Hanlon, the San Francisco attorney who defended SLA members Bill and Emily Harris, as well as Russell Little and Joseph Ramiro, framed the context of 70s activism. He said, "This was happening when the whole left was falling apart. They saw the leadership of the country as racist. Black inmates as leaders of a revolution might today seem like a counterintuitive choice. At the most basic level, they were severely limited in communications with the outside world. The left, as Hanlon described, was desperate to find an effective route for change. The nonviolence of MLK, the race riots of the 60s, and the anti-Vietnam War marches failed to bring significant opportunities to racial minorities in America or end the war in Asia. The eloquence of Eldridge Cleaver's Soul on Ice and Jackson's Soledad Brother, coupled with the cruelty of indeterminate sentencing and horrific treatment of prisoners, disproportionately black and Hispanic, led to the conceptual rise of the political prisoner, right? And prompted efforts by Reagan and Nixon to crush that movement's proponents. So it cites here from, as revealed in the 1975 Rockefeller Report, prompted by Seymour Hersh's New York Times investigation into CIA domestic spying, revealed Operation Chaos, which ran, as we talked about in the Ramparts episode, from 1967 to 1972, tightly compartmentalized, unnoticed by any congressional review of the agency. Later research revealed that Chaos entered into at least 44 different operations with state, local, and county police forces, far exceeding the number cited in the Rockefeller Report. The complex of CIA programs that use state and local facilities for behavior modification on American citizens is staggering. Best known is MKUltra, of course, which was allegedly, actually not till 1973 would it be stopped and Richard Helms would destroy all the evidence. But Vacaville already had CIA funding for psychological research before DeFreeze arrived in 1970. And here we got some specifics. It was called Subproject 3 of a program known as MK Search, which is like a successor program to MKUltra. We've specified before, or we've speculated that MK Search might have been what, like the Ken Kesey acid tests and that type of stuff. Maybe the Manson family, like Laurel Canyon kind of shit. Like that might have been technically MK Search. It's a lot fuzzier what MK Search really was, but it also kept going like into the early 70s. That fact, what was it? Subproject 3 of MKUltra, Subproject 140 was confirmed in a letter to Representative Leo Ryan from Deputy Director of the CIA Frank Carlucci in 1978, October, not that long before Representative Leo Ryan would be murdered by followers of Jim Jones outside of Jonestown, right before the quote-unquote mass suicide, right?
Right.
An event that I think is has so many interesting links to this. He talks about how Leo Ryan was kind of a real one. He was the CIA's biggest enemy in Congress, right? And was a big, very big, very critical of like prison abuses, things like that. Let's see. Yeah, he learned about, I guess maybe when he was looking, I don't know if this is when he was looking in, like while the SLA thing was going on, or in 1970, because he like went undercover as like a prisoner. He got arrested so he could see what the California prisons were like. And then, like reported on it and were like, oh, this is bad. Whatever. He learned about the treatment of Donald DeFreeze, as well as a convict named Clifford Jefferson, who was incarcerated with DeFreeze. Jefferson, known as Death Row Jeff, who had a death sentence, was at Vacaville in 1971 and 72 with DeFreeze. Syndicated columnist Jack Anderson reported that Jefferson's affidavit for Patty Hearst's initial lawyer, Terrence Hallinan, future San Francisco DA, specified drug experimentation on both DeFreeze and himself. Quote from Jefferson, "In the early part of 1971, DeFreeze stated to me that the CIA was conducting tests to try out certain drugs on inmates. These tests were on the 3rd floor of the facility in B3. I went there and met 2 CIA men who were giving these tests. They gave me drugs, including mescaline, Quaalude, and Artane. These drugs made me terribly frightened. Then other drugs were given to calm me down." DeFreeze stated that he had gone through the same tests and also knew of stress tests that were given to prisoners, in which they were kept in solitary, harassed, and annoyed until they would do anything that was asked of them to get out. Then they were given these drugs and would become like robots. That's a direct quote from Death Row Jeff. Jefferson added...
And it is like basically known that this, like, I mean, even beyond like MK Search itself, there were all sorts of like insane experiments on prisoners like happening during this time. Like there were like lobotomies, like psychosurgery,
actual lobotomies.
Yeah.
In fact, one of these like prisoners later that was talking to the investigators almost got like sent back to Vacaville to be lobotomized, and eventually he got Congressman Ron Dellum's office like aware of his case, and he like personally intervened and like stopped it. But like they were going to lobotomize him, like a guy who had material evidence about these left-wing terrorists. Interesting. And police involvement. Jefferson added to this that DeFreeze gave him a preview of his intent to kidnap and murder, although targets were not named. Okay, that's kind of important. He was talking about this stuff like 1971, 1972. Quote from Death Row Jeff, he, DeFreeze, said that when he got out, he would get a revolutionary group to kidnap some rich person. They would hold that person tied up in a dark place, keep him frightened and in fear for his life, then give him some mescaline and other drugs, and the person would become a robot and do anything he was asked to do, including killing others. Okay, yikes. Frank Carlucci, later of the Reagan administration, his letter to Leo Ryan acknowledged voluntary testing on prisoners at Vacaville with a drug called magnesium pemeline and claimed it had concluded in 1968. The letter, however, did not address other drugs or techniques that had been or were still used at the facility. Carlucci's carefully worded reply to Ryan merely stated that neither DeFreeze nor Jefferson had been involved in the pemeline experiments. Quote, "Insofar as our reports reflect the names of the participants, there is nothing to indicate that either was in any way involved in the project." But Schreiber says, while we can't know exactly all the drugs DeFreeze was subjected to, there's no doubt he underwent coercive treatments. DeFreeze was injected with Prolixin himself, according to research by Rusty Rhodes and attorney William Nestle. No less of an authority than Vacaville Superintendent T. Lawrence Clannon went on record with Jack Anderson saying DeFreeze volunteered for, quote, medical research in July 1970. In the context of Vacaville Medical Facility, quote, volunteering meant the inmate signed paperwork agreeing to treatment rather than being punished. But DeFreeze, while mentally troubled, was not the kind of prisoner to organize, to protest his treatment, or to cause concern on the part of the administration. His jail letters to Judge Ritzy, which continued for about 18 months, did not condemn or even mention his treatment inside the prison walls. Instead, DeFreeze used self-pity about his personal life and an emphasis on his religious beliefs to try and convince Ritzy to shorten his 5-to-life sentence. How, then, did DeFreeze become a prisoner who allegedly planned to break out of the institution, kidnap someone, and use the self-same behavior modification techniques on the victim that Vacaville had used on him? And if he was induced to commit violence, as Patty Hearst was when she helped rob banks and fired at others, it prompts the question of how responsible he was for his actions. The history of using prisoners in behavior modification experiments is long and harsh. Yeah, the Atascadero State Hospital, which was rumored to inspire the song Hotel California, the Hospital for the Criminally Insane, had terrifying government-sponsored projects ranging from aversion therapy to psychosurgery. This is funny. This is a name that just actually popped up in our Ramparts episode. In The Atlantic, Jessica Mitford, author of The American Way of Death. Wasn't she an heiress? I think she was, and was like associated with Ramparts later on. An expose of the funeral industry also noted that there was another beneficiary of the drug experimentation at Vacaville. She wrote, over the past 10 years, a brisk traffic in human subjects for drug company experimentation has grown up in the California medical facility at Vacaville. Vacaville has a population of some 1,500, of whom 300 to more than 1,000 may be in the volunteer medical research program at any time. The giant pharmaceutical firms give their money to the UC medical schools and physicians who conduct experiments at Vacaville. So the CIA, that's so you get drug companies just doing tests on people, like all kinds of shit. So I guess it has been confirmed the CIA in the late 60s and early 70s funded prisoner experiments at Vacaville during a time when Governor Reagan and his cabinet were cracking down on student protesters, prisoners, and the mentally ill. And in fact, it was Reagan who started shutting down the state mental hospitals, right? You know, which many Californians still kind of hate him for today. This is the start of kind of like the homeless problem in California, you know, but he wanted to be conservative. So here's a couple big sus lords, okay? Again, that never get brought up anywhere near this case. Dr. Earl Bryan, Reagan's Secretary of Health, felt that behavior modification, or mind control, was important in the prevention of crime. The law and order doctrine of Reagan and Bryan was concentrated on the volatility of the Black Panthers and leftist political activism, you know, around UC Berkeley and the Bay Area. Later in the 70s, Dr. Bryan and Reagan's counterintelligence advisor, William Herman, Suslord, worked together at the Center for the Study and Reduction of Violence, a project that intended to explore social control of those prone toward violence, even children. It failed when increased media scrutiny revealed the California Department of Corrections, rather than the medical establishment, would have control. That group also, the Center for the Study and Reduction of Violence, I believe also included Dr. Louis Jolyon West. He was a big mover in that, you know, big CIA doctor, had an office at the Free Clinic in Haight-Ashbury, you know, interviewed all these different assassins and kind of MK'd people. Jack Ruby went insane after being visited by him in jail, like killed an elephant with LSD. The story goes on. But yeah, that center. So eventually both Bryan and Herman worked with Reagan when he became president. And this is another weird hit of connections here, like an octopus connection. In a highly complex and internecine case, Dr. Bryan was accused by former Attorney General Elliot Richardson of stealing software from a company called Inslaw, the Promise software. Bryan was also an alleged accomplice in the Reagan attempt to undercut President Jimmy Carter's negotiations to free Americans kidnapped by Iran. Bryan was never indicted on either charge. Herman, who was later affiliated with the CIA and FBI, also participated in the Iran Arms for Hostages deal, the October Surprise, on behalf of Reagan. Herman was a counterintelligence expert for System Development Corporation, which designed, integrated, and tested complex computer systems for military applications. Herman also worked with the Stanford Research Institute, SRI, the Rand Corporation, and the Hoover Center on Violence. Yikes. Herman's background fitted well with Reagan's animosity towards social protest. It was during the early part of DeFreeze's incarceration in 1970 that Reagan infamously said, you know, if it takes a bloodbath, let's get it over with. No more appeasement, you know, about protesters. Herman himself told the LA Times that a good computer intelligence system, quote, would separate out the activist bent on destroying the system and then develop a master plan to win the hearts and minds of the people. It was called the internet. That's what it was.
Well,
called
you know, I
ARPANET.
was going to say, like, we had to, like, bear in mind, this is, like, the time when, like, Jose Delgado, remember him from some of our earlier episodes, right? Who was doing these kind of behavior control experiments, right?
With electrodes in the brain.
Like his like direct electrical stimulation to the brain to control people and animals, right? That like he was at that time like, you know, a Yale scientist who was like esteemed.
Of
people
course.
like respect, you know, like this is not like so like it sounds like perhaps because of like how we've been conditioned to like regard this type of innuendo as like kind of like, oh, there were mind control experiments being done. It's like there like 100% were. Like, and in fact, like they wanted to do more, and it was like all like public. Like,
well, and I wouldn't say it's all public, but like some of it was like they would always spin it in a certain way to be like, well, obviously it's like you have full consent and like they agree to be experimented on and blah blah blah, but like. A lot of this stuff was just forcibly exposed.
Well,
the extent of it.
Of course, there might have been like a secret dimension to it, right? And that's kind of like what we're talking about. But the like fact of like experimenting upon prisoners, like was not really secret. Like,
right.
I mean, this is like from 1972. This is like an article that called "A Clockwork Orange in a California Prison," and this is kind of like about the ethical debate over like psychosurgical experiments on prisoners.
Right.
The California Department of Corrections has made a proposal to seek funding for experimentation involving a complex neurosurgical evaluation and treatment program for the violent inmate. Surgical and diagnostic procedures would be performed to locate centers in the brain that may have been previously damaged and that could serve as the focus for episodes of violent behavior. If these areas were located and it was verified that they were the source of aggressive behavior, neurosurgery would be performed. Last November, Edward Opton Jr., senior research psychologist at the Wright Institute in Berkeley, California, was asked to sit in on a discussion of the proposal. He learned the request was for $300,000 from the U.S. Department of Justice's Law Enforcement Assistance Administration and for $189,000 from the state of California. He objected when he found that the proposal called for experimentation on prisoners, including a mention of chemical castration of aggressive persons. It was later discovered that in February 1968, 3 Vacaville prisoners actually did undergo brain surgery to have violent seizures controlled. The results were mixed. The proposal to continue this work has been shelved for the time being, says Opton, probably because of the publicity stink that followed the hearings. The revelation of the California proposal on the Vacaville brain surgery may have been shocking, but according to Washington, D.C. psychiatrist Peter R. Bregan, we are actually in the midst of a resurgence of the old lobotomy technique.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Yeah, and that's like we're talking about like lobotomy.
Yeah, scrambling a part of somebody's brain so that it's no longer.
Compared to that, like drugs were not controversial, really.
No, and you're right. Like that, there was a very widespread this is not that far from the era where people like lobotomies were like an accepted medical practice. Like one of JFK's sisters was lobotomized. For behavioral issues. But then there's one other thing about Herman. That is very important, and it takes us to our big elephant in the room, one of the most important people in this story. Schreiber writes that the Napa Sentinel series, Mind Control, as well as journalism by other researchers, confirmed that Herman worked in a psychological operations unit in both Vietnam and Cambodia. Folks, did he know Michael Aquino?
Well,
did they work
like
together?
Phoenix program
and then,
connections all throughout this
here we go.
Thing,
Here we go. Clearly, Herman crossed paths with the man who was instrumental in the creation of the Symbionese Liberation Army, Dr. Colston Westbrook. Now, strap yourself in. Dr. Colston Westbrook is quite a character, and he's so central to this. So this is his description. Colston Richard Westbrook became Donald DeFreeze's early Vacaville confidant, sponsor, and supporter. Eventually, he would be DeFreeze's mortal enemy and receive a public death threat from DeFreeze and the Symbionese Liberation Army on the last tape that Donald DeFreeze would ever record as Sin-Q before his death, right? Let me see. Maybe should we let Donald DeFreeze actually, because I have it here on the video of his description of the resume of Dr. Colston Westbrook. Let me just see if I can do it right here.
Colston Westbrook, male, black, age 35, brown eyes, brown hair. Height 5'8", 210 pounds in weight. Berkeley language instructor. A resident of Oakland, is a government agent. Worked for the CIA in Vietnam as an interrogator and torture in the Phoenix operation against the Vietnamese people, and also served same purpose in other foreign countries. Now working for military intelligence while giving cross assistance to the FBI.
Yeah, he goes on to say these subjects are to be shot on sight. He puts a hit on Colston. But you can hear there, like, that's actually a pretty accurate, like, resume of Colston Westbrook. He was literally a CIA contractor for the Phoenix program in the late 1960s in Vietnam for the CIA, and worked for a kind of notorious CIA front company, Pacific Architects and Engineers in San Francisco. But yeah, going on here, he would become DeFreeze's mortal enemy and receive a public death threat, and the from the SLA announced to the world via the last communique he would ever do. Westbrook was an acerbic character who could only have existed in that time and place. He was black, pot-bellied, and wore dashikis and other African garb. And while he spoke 7 languages, including Swahili, he preferred to use black street language, especially what we now call the N-word, whenever possible. Yeah, he loved swearing and, like, talking that street jive, like, all the time in the media. Westbrook was from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. His dad was an army sergeant who died in Germany during World War II. He eventually joined the military, served at Travis Air Force Base in Northern California, near Vacaville. Westbrook's facility with languages enabled him to travel all over the world in his military career. Researcher Mae Brussel, formerly Beverly Hills housewife, with the urging of her friend novelist Henry Miller, spent 17 years broadcasting her findings on, small stations in California, of course. She helped disseminate Westbrook's clandestine work, along with Donald Freed and Crick, while the SLA Patty Hearst case was unfolding. Westbrook had been an advisor to the Korean KCIA, pretty yikes. He also claimed to have had a direct line of communication in a past assignment with Cambodian Prime Minister Lon Nol, who replaced Prince Sihanouk in a coup orchestrated by the CIA. Between 1967 and 69, Westbrook was an advisor to the South Vietnamese Police Special Branch, under the cover working as an employee of Pacific Architects and Engineers, PA&E. Westbrook was in South Vietnam during the CIA's Phoenix program, during which 20 to 40,000 citizens, alleged Viet Cong sympathizers, were murdered over a 2-year period, right? We all know about the horrible Phoenix program. Professor Peter Dale Scott, another guy who comes out pretty well in this, wrote in the essay The Assassinations of the 60s as Deep Events that Westbrook, after the destruction of the SLA, applied for a teaching... This is actually based. He applied for a teaching job at Scott's English department at UC Berkeley. Quote from Peter Dale Scott. The chairman asked me to pursue Westbrook's curriculum vitae, and I immediately noticed that while in Vietnam, Westbrook had worked as a civilian employee of PA&E. PA&E was a well-known cover for the CIA in Saigon, so I notified the chairman. Westbrook did not give the job. All right, good on Peter Dale Scott for rat fucking Colston Westbrook.
And that's one of the key things that ties him to the CIA, like his PA&E work.
Right. I definitely seen them pop up in other contexts. They were very heavily involved in Sierra Leone in the 90s, doing sus demon forces shit there. I think they're still around and they still operate in probably that capacity. Right. So Westbrook, questioned by the press about his past, defended his work at PA&E and his extensive travel by insisting the company simply had the best employee vacation benefits imaginable. Quote from Westbrook, "It's a civilian company, and I took paid vacations to Cambodia, Thailand, India, Japan, Hong Kong, the Philippines, Okinawa, and Russia." What? Okay, that's sus. Among others who confirmed PA&E was a proprietary of the CIA was Bart Osborne of the Fifth Estate, a DC research group made up of former Intel community members who changed their minds about the validity of the Vietnam War. Osborne himself was in charge of teams of men involved in the notorious Phoenix program. PA&E contracted the building of the interrogation torture centers known as province interrogation centers, PICs, in every one of South Vietnam's 44 provinces. These compounds were surrounded by high walls and gun towers and could communicate instantly with CIA headquarters in Saigon. The interrogation centers were staffed by South Vietnamese plainclothes secret police, the Special Branch, working in conjunction with South Vietnamese military intel officers, and advised by undercover CIA, quote, liaison officers like Colston Westbrook, who used the cover of PANE. The CIA's Phoenix program only targeted civilians, known as Viet Cong Infrastructure, VCI, presumed to be sympathetic to the communists. VCI prisoners, like their American and South Vietnamese counterparts, experienced torture and deprivation, but these non-combatants had no form of redress and were not protected by the Geneva Conventions. Once accused, they were swept up and imprisoned without confirmation or any form of due process. This is a fucked up sentence. Bart Osborne testified before Congress that all of the VCI suspects he dealt with in Vietnam died due to their mistreatment. So, like, every single person was tortured to death, is what he's saying. Or beaten to death, or killed, or, like, they all were killed, murdered. When a VCI gave what was deemed actionable intelligence, a provincial reconnaissance unit, PRU, was assigned to hunt down and kill the target. PRUs were a mixture of South Vietnamese and American military, mostly Navy SEALs, under the command of the CIA. 4 years after the Phoenix program was initiated, New York Times in 1971 revealed that 26,843 non-military Viet Cong insurgents and sympathizers had been, quote, neutralized in the previous 14-month period. Like, not the whole war, like, which would be bad enough. In the last, basically, year. 26,000 non-military people were neutralized. Of course, like, the exact total will never be known, and it's all worth mentioning as well that the director of the Phoenix program in Vietnam in the late 60s, William Colby, was by this time the CIA director of the whole country, right? Like, appointed by Nixon. Yeah. So very cool there. We get a shout out. I guess Doug Valentine, in his book, The Phoenix Program, did a little bit of digging, and he found that Colston Westbrook might have been employed in one of two ways under cover of PA&E during Phoenix. He could have had an office job running networks of agents in pursuit of targeted VCI. However, similar to the Iraq War, Vietnam had military contractors, and thus Westbrook, quote, may not have been a fully integrated and backstopped CIA officer. The CIA hired lots of big city detectives and sheriffs as contractors to run the PICs and work with Special Branch because of their background. That's disturbing too, as we think about, like, sheriffs, cops, detectives, like people involved in domestic law enforcement, taking a little jaunt over to South Vietnam to work as, like, the hands-on people running the Phoenix program and then going back to be cops in their own cities, right? Like, that's like bypassing kind of the military thing completely. It's also, for I feel like Westbrook would really try to, like, you know, split hairs on this and be like, he would always laugh when people asked him about working for the CIA and then be like, not directly say no, but kind of like, LOL, yeah, sure, haha, I'm CIA, you know. He'd kind of do that kind of bullshit, but it's very likely that he could have been just like a contractor that obviously, like, for all intents, it's like when we say somebody is like CIA or, you know, like a Fed or something like that, doesn't mean they have the badge officially. And, you know, we need to expand our understanding.
That certainly seems to have been the case, that he contracted for this, for PA&E, Pacific Architects Engineers, but, like, worked for the CIA in that capacity.
I'm comfortable calling him like a CIA contractor, for sure, you know.
And
definitely.
Like, it seems that, like, Pacific Architects Engineers were, like, deeply involved in like building these like interrogation facilities and, like, in the sort of like institutional aspects of the Phoenix program.
These basically torture and death camps, like torture, interrogation, and death camps. It's pretty messed up. So anyways, going on, it'll get even more messed up here, because what does a man do after working on the good old Phoenix program for a couple years? You know, what kind of job do you take after that, right? Well, after...
Oh, just like to clarify in PA, I had to look this up a little bit, but, you know, this is from The Bad War, an oral history of the Vietnam War. This is like a testimony from a Canadian Army infantry major who headed a regional team.
Okay.
And he, talks about it. He says, when we landed, Tan Son Nhut had just been under rocket attack, and one of the overweight young American airmen was there, and he was terrified. He said, "I've been here for 18 months. This is the first time that this has ever happened." As we landed in Phan Thiet, we could see a communist attack going on near the airfield and on the way into town. A couple of mortar shells landed on each side of the road, and we said to ourselves, "Aha, the communists are getting ready to take this last bit of non-pink off the map." But after that, nothing happened, and we started slowly feeling our way around. We lived in an old ramshackle hotel that had been used as an American quarters. After the military left, there were still State Department people, a few lonely CIA guys that used to come and drink with us, the Cords people, and above all, PA&E, Pacific Architects and Engineers, who had provided all the heavy logistics and third-line support to the American Army. They ran the messes. They maintained our transport. And that was another thing the Americans gave us. I had a whole compound full of Jeeps, one for every day of the week. Yeah, and the CORD is the Combined Operations for Revolutionary Development Support, the Joint Military-Civilian Rural Pacification Program.
Yes, that was one of the official
so you can see,
departments.
So after
of
the
Phoenix.
Army had pulled out, you could see how kind of crucial PA&E was this whole thing, and that it was they were there even when just the State Department and the CIA were still there.
Yeah, it's also worth noting around this time, like 1974, is when finally, most of the final combat troops are being pulled out of Vietnam as this SLA saga is exploding, and a lot of veterans who acquired skills over there were from probably between 1970 and 74 were coming home, including two of the SLA members who were Vietnam veterans, But anyways, how about this? So this is a big turning point. What does Westbrook do after working for PA&E in Vietnam? After Westbrook returned to the U.S. from Vietnam, William Herman, advising Governor Ronald Reagan on counterintelligence measures to combat leftist militancy, enlisted Westbrook to create and run the Black Cultural Association, BCA, at Vacaville. The BCA was ostensibly an education program designed to instill black pride in Vacaville inmates. That sounds like something the CDC would definitely want, is more black pride at the height of the prison, political prisoner movement, right? Yeah, totally not suspicious, right? In reality, the BCA became a cover for an experimental project to explore the extent to which unstable or susceptible prisoners could be controlled for the purpose of infiltration of Bay Area radical groups. Westbrook was euphemistically named an, quote, outside guest coordinator while in control of the BCA. His cover was as a teaching assistant at UC Berkeley's Afro-American Studies Department, specializing in black linguistics. His master's thesis was titled The Dual Linguistic Heritage of Afro-Americans, and he lived up to the title, a psychological warfare expert who used the N-word with such regularity that he was quoted in the San Francisco Chronicle using that term, clearly during a time of different linguistic norms. His encouragement of black prisoners to talk about their experiences and identities, coupled with his outsized personality, helped him initially gain the trust of many inmates at Vacaville. Westbrook chose to befriend Donald DeFries, the former LAPD informant, in a prison where coercive treatment of prisoners was the norm. As Dr. Colin Ross, and we've mentioned him before, I think he's the less sus Dr. Ross that talks about cults, right? There's Dr. Rick Ross.
I don't remember talking about him, but maybe.
I feel like Dr. Colin Ross might have done a little work with Scientology, in collab with them about how psychos are bad or something. But he did do a book called The CIA Doctors, and he said there was a process by which DeFries later treated Patty Hearst as kidnap victim. It utilized isolation, psychological threats, physical abuse, and alleged dosing of Hearst with hallucinogenic drugs. All in all, it was a methodology that DeFries learned from his experiences at Vacaville. Quote, where did a street hood, an unsuccessful robber like Donald DeFries, Dr. Ross wrote, learn such sophisticated programming techniques? my conclusion is that DeFreeze was a controlled controller, created in part by Phoenix program veteran Colston Westbrook. So there we go. That's kind of, that's a big leg of the alternative thesis about everything that happened, is that, Donald DeFreeze was subjected to sinister mind control experiments and manipulated by a Phoenix program veteran, posing as a dashiki-wearing, N-word spitting, like kind of man of the people, brother of the people kind of. Like I never saw a pic of Colston Westbrook before we started prepping for this, and I always kind of imagine him as wearing like thick glasses and like wearing a suit and being like a very like square, like kind of conservative seeming guy who was like older or something like that. Because just the way you read about him, like Dr. Colston Westbrook, like Phoenix expert, blah, blah, blah. But then I found a newsreel of him that wasn't labeled. And I had like a jump scare when I finally like looked at his photograph and realized like this very animated guy wearing kind of like dashiki shirt and like a Rasta cap is like, like, Patty, give up. Don't die like the others. Like, blah, blah, blah. He's like giving this appeal to like Patty Hearst. And I'm like, oh my God, that's Colston Westbrook? What the fuck? Like, he's like way funkier than like I thought. Like, it's something to keep in mind. Like, he had this persona.
It's also kind of interesting because like his whole like later career like has nothing to do with being an architect or an engineer, which I would think if you were a contractor for PA&E, I mean, unless you were just doing like unskilled manual labor, which I guess is something that they need.
That's not what he was doing. He was a doctor, he was an academic. Like he was doing something else. Like we don't know exactly what because he was so cagey about it. But and also I think PA&E, it's probably kind of like Kellogg, Brown and Root or like Halliburton. Like they get these huge logistical contracts for from the military to like build mess halls and stuff like that. But they also like contract like specific, more like kinetic type of work as well, right? Like they do a whole variety of things. So like like Booz Allen Hamilton, right? Like they kind of have like spies on their payroll and like NSA people like Edward Snowden.
It's like, very strange. Like I mean, it's like it just like indicates like how unusual his trajectory was and how there obviously was something going on that like didn't seem, it's more than it seemed because like he had actually already served like in the in 1960, right? He was in I guess the military Force. Like for some time, right? And then he like stopped and then he became a teacher and he was like working in Tokyo as a teacher, and then he was recruited by PA&E
from
like,
Tokyo
to be as like a civilian. Like what? It's very strange, like very, very strange.
And he had some kind of flippant comment about like, somebody came to me in Tokyo and I thought it was great. The pay was great. He's like, it pays to be black and nom.
Yeah, like they asked why he did it and he was like, for money. Like why else? Yeah.
Yeah, he said it pays to be black and nom. And kind of unclear why, but it didn't for a lot of the infantry that felt like they were almost being purposely sent to the front lines to like cull the minority population, or like kill or like thin out the baby boomer generation. A lot of soldiers really thought that like that was like a dark purpose of the Vietnam War, was just to like the baby boomer generation was like too big and like dangerous, so they had to like I don't know kill off a lot of young men. But anyways, going down a little more about Vacaville here. So the first full year, I guess the San Francisco Chronicle did a series on Vacaville in 1971. About 4,200 men were processed through its doors before being assigned, usually after 6 weeks, but generally no more than 90 days, to one of a dozen prisons in the state. At the time, this is actually a crazy line. At the time, the top two countries in terms of total incarcerated people were China and the Soviet Union. The state of California was third. Like, damn, right?
Yeah.
Like that's because you think about it, like, okay, China has a bigger population than the U.S. The Soviet Union had like a slightly smaller but still huge population. We're talking about total incarcerated people, not the rate of incarceration. So it's at first you're like, wow, like those two countries, oh wow, they have like the most incarcerated people. But then California's in third place, as like that's kind of it kind of is weird. You would think the U.S. would be. I think the U.S. is number one today, like globally. But you would almost
so.
think just by sole virtue of the entire United States having California in it, it would be number one. But anyways, point taken. California had a shitload of people in prison. It's fucked up.
Yeah, we have the highest prison population.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
by 0.1 million, according to Wikipedia.
Yeah, despite being like a third the size of China. Yeah, pretty wild. So, S-Wing at Vacaville was the designation for the area that contained the most damaged inmates, some of whom seemed lobotomized and couldn't communicate. Psychosurgery had been performed at Vacaville since 1968. One of the prisoners who met DeFries after his arrival at Vacaville noted how quiet and studious he was, not at all an organizer or a firebrand. Inmate Ron Eagles saw a man who seemed too philosophical and introspective to lead a violent, radical organization. He said, DeFries spent the majority of his time in the joint reading. Every time I'd catch him with a book. He was always concerned about black people's position in the struggle, black people's position in society, on his particular position as a black man in relation to society, especially as a black convict. DeFries was at first a participant in the mildest form of control at Vacaville, group therapy sessions, but it was routine to use electroconvulsive therapy, electroshock, on prisoners. And 2 years before DeFries arrived, Vacaville was already experimenting with drugs that would have qualified as torture if used by the American military today. This is a really terrifying example. Anecdine, succinylcholine chloride, was used with regularity in Vacaville. It paralyzed the prisoner's fingers, toes, and eyes within 30 to 40 seconds after injection. Then the diaphragm and intercostal muscles between the ribs stopped functioning. It caused the sensation of drowning for up to 2 minutes. In essence, Anecdine created the same basic reaction as an Iraqi prisoner being waterboarded at Abu Ghraib. Damn. That's really fucked up. So basically, they didn't have to waterboard people. They could just inject Anecdine into them and they would feel like they're dying. In addition to this biological effect, the attending physician told the gasping prisoner that he would feel the sensation again if he didn't cooperate in the way that was requested.
Yes, yeah. And this is like openly admitted, like in the LA Times in 1970, Dr. Arthur Nugent, the chief psychiatrist at Vacaville, said, the sensation is of suffocating and drowning. The patient feels as if he is on the brink of death.
Cool. That's
exactly right.
That's not insane at all. Prolixin was another drug utilized. Its effects could be felt for up to 2 weeks. In addition to generating intense ongoing nausea, Prolixin delivered a deep pain that ground one down and blurred the vision so that the recipient could not even read. It created restlessness, necessitating pacing, followed by exhaustion. The constant alternation of these two extremes drove the prisoner to the brink of madness. Those who were given Prolixin described it as sheer torture, as well as, quote, being a zombie and liquid shock treatment. Bernard Weiner, writing in The Nation, revealed that Prolixin was injected into Vacaville prisoners a staggering 1,093 times in 1970 alone. Electroshock was administered 500 times in 1971. DeFries, like any other prisoner, saw the effects of these drugs on those around him. Furthermore, prisoners described to newly arrived inmates the sensations caused by the various treatments. In this way, DeFries and other prisoners had fear instilled in them by the descriptions of these procedures, as well as the actual treatments. Jesus. The friends and relatives who knew DeFries in his earlier years saw him as volatile, animated, even violent at times. But SLA member Russ Little's summation of DeFries when they first met at the BCA in Vacaville was quite telling. For a supposed radical who eventually committed kidnapping and murder, not only was he outwardly calm, but also he did not have a strong sense of political ideology. Little said, he didn't use contemporary Marxist-Leninist language, but he studied all that shit, man. He understood it intellectually, and he could run it down that way if he wanted to, but he wasn't about to do that. He didn't think that was going to get him anywhere, doing that. SLA member Joe Ramiro recalled that DeFries was cautious in speech and action while in jail at Vacaville. Quote, he studied the whole situation carefully before he acted. He didn't get involved in any public political activities until the BCA thing, and then he saw what a shuck it was, and he got out of it right away. Well, that's one way to look at it. The impression DeFries gave to Little and Ramiro, as well as fellow inmates, was completely negated by Westbrook. Journalist author Dick Russell, you mentioned, who utilized much of the Freed, Headley, and Rhodes data in an Argosy magazine story, Who Ran the SLA, also did his own homework. In a phone conversation, Russell was told by Westbrook that DeFries, quote, could sit down and talk to me a lot easier than a lot of other people, especially whites. He's a racist, hates white people with a passion. Interesting. Then he ended up leading an all-white group. Funny. If that was the case, it raised the question why DeFries agreed to not only attend, but eventually speak to others at the BCA, a group that encouraged communications between black inmates and outside, primarily white radicals. Westbrook's assertion that DeFries was a racist didn't explain why the entire composition of the SLA, except for DeFries, was white. Ostensibly, the BCA existed to allow black prisoners to air their frustrations with sympathetic young whites. It enabled Westbrook to befriend some of those white leftists with the secret intention of manipulating them for infiltration purposes with the aid of a cooperative black BCA member. According to Russell's phone transcript, Westbrook admitted he had strong organizational control over the white activists allowed in, many of them Maoists and former members of the radical Venceremos organization. Quote, I was able to organize, consolidate, and submit lists for BCA people, various lists from Sacramento, Oakland, Berkeley. My role was decentralized because many people were turned down. They, Vacaville, had many organizations to worry about. Russell asked Westbrook point blank about the BCA as a cover for clandestine work with prisoners. Westbrook said, if it's a behavior modification program, who organized it? Prison authorities did not organize it. Black inmates did. All right. So, it's just all organic, right? Of all the outside guest coordinators that could have been chosen for the Black Cultural Association, such as people with experience in social work, criminal justice, or organizations advocating prisoner rights, Vacaville wound up with Colston Westbrook, undercover liaison for the CIA during the Phoenix program. And he was handpicked by former PSYOPs officer William Herman, then advising Governor Ronald Reagan on counterintelligence. And it happened at the height of the black prisoner reform movement, right after the CIA's Operation Chaos provided funds to Vacaville, which was an ongoing MKUltra and MK Search site for experimentation on prisoners. And of all the black prisoners who attended BCA meetings, Westbrook chose to particularly befriend Donald DeFries. The handsome, shy, wide-eyed convict was quiet, compliant, had no political ideology, had no regular visitors at first, and, most importantly, had been a police agent for the LAPD. He could be manipulated, and if he resisted, Vacaville could threaten to expose him as a former snitch, a status that would endanger his life among certain prisoners. Let's not forget that, too. At any time one of these snitches, goes to jail, all the police or the authorities have to do is let the rumor out that he had been a snitch, and the odds that, he's going to have a tough time and might maybe get stabbed. That's like a sword of Damocles hanging over Donald DeFries the entire time, right? I'm sure he was somewhat aware of that. Colston Westbrook, so Colston Westbrook encouraged DeFries to participate more fully in the BCA. He gave him the Africanized name Sing-Q. So, okay, right?
Right.
Colston Westbrook gave him his nickname, but he says, but even that was a ruse. Convict Rochelle Magee, who we talked about, joined, I think, George Jackson in the courthouse escape thing, who sustained a bullet wound during the George Jackson escape attempt, had already been given the name Sing-Q, but it was mispronounced as Sing-Q, where it should be, Sing-K, right? Mm-hmm. The Americanized name of the Mende chief, who in 1839 organized a slave revolt on the Amistad. On the surface, Meigie's use of the name seemed heroic and noble, but historically, after a trial in New Haven that freed the captives, Joseph Sing-K returned to Africa and enslaved and traded members of his own race. So, great little touch by Colston Westbrook there, right?
Yeah, I looked into whether that is true of Sing-K. Certainly it was believed.
It's believed
widely,
that he did that.
but it's actually, I think somewhat doubted by some historians whether like Sinkay himself actually did, but certainly some people involved in the Amistad incident did, return to the slave trade.
Right. Yeah, that could be a shitcoat of Sinkay to make him seem less of a hero. But I think the fact that probably like Colston Westbrook believed that's what was the story and then named him that is like shows a little puckish irony, I would say, on the part of Dr. Colston Westbrook there. So so first of all, so we got the seven-headed cobra, I guess that's shortly to be invented, comes from Ron Karenga's Kwanzaa. His name comes from Dr. Colston Westbrook. So far, I'm seeing a synthetic liberation army kind of taking shape here. Going on, though, as the second prisoner named Sing-Q, DeFries adapted to a bizarre and treacherous dream world. A fellow prisoner at Vacaville, Damien Tomita, confirmed DeFries was given the privilege of dealing marijuana for one of the officers, with the typical split, 30 for the prisoner, 70 for the officer. Tomita explained that DeFries' motives were seen as highly suspicious by some other prisoners. He said, quote, Don DeFries struck me as a very intelligent, sensitive person who was also very self-assured. Even though we became very close, I sensed that there was something behind his personality that he was concealing, although I could never put my finger on it. I realized he was involved in selling narcotics to the inmates for the guards. Donald DeFries did not fully understand why Westbrook and other officials were clearly favoring him over other inmates who had been in Vacaville longer. By the time he realized the reason, it would be too late to alter his destiny. Jesus. Yeah. So he becomes like the golden boy at the BCA of Colston Westbrook, and given all of these privileges. And meanwhile, he knows that he collaborated once with the cops. So like he could do it again, and he can also be kind of blackmailed, right?
Yeah, and it should be mentioned that like the drugs and such that were administered to inmates like at Vacaville, like that probably was like still only like one dimension of like all the behavioral modification techniques that like were employed. Like probably like Synanon type attack therapy was very popular during this time.
When they say
like,
that he was subjected,
like, aversive therapy,
when he was subjected to the least intense form of like mind control group therapy sessions, I do kind of wonder, like, was it kind of modeled on Synanon,
Yeah, definitely. Like, well, I don't know, like, if it was directly modeled on Synanon, but definitely had like a lot of like what was used during this time was like modeled on. Or not modeled up, or resembled kind of what you would see in Synanon, like a kind of a like aggressive like attack style therapy, there.
I think Synanon did have some like integration with. I don't know if they were state hospitals or rehabs or things like that. They certainly were big in like the rehab kind of industry, and then that some of their followers split it off into like the troubled teen school where they kidnap kids out of their beds and like subject them to like attack therapy techniques and like kind of like weird like de-patterning, abusive shit, which is actually has some interesting
this
parallels
thing called
to
the
SLA.
Asclepion Society. I don't know if this would have like most of the there are all these like TCs, I guess, that were created by Synanon. Right, like what do they stand for? I don't remember what the TC in Synanon stands for. Do you remember what they mean by TC?
I don't. What Synanon means by it? I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
Maybe like maybe it's tender care. Is that what it was? It's something like I don't. Therapeutic community. Therapeutic community.
Right.
Right. And one of the therapeutic communities they created was called the Asclepion Society. This is from pointshistory.org. While most of the TCs that rose in the space created by Synanon work with addicts who were referred through the criminal justice system, some wanted to create programs within the space of the prison itself. Synanon had itself opened a TC, open to all inmates, not just drug users, within the Nevada State Prison near Carson City in 1962. Synanon's prison program was closed in 1966, however, when prison moved away from a rehabilitative model of custody. By By this time, prison administrators in general were of Nothing Works report by Robert Martins and concluded that such efforts were pointless. But the federal government nevertheless continued to offer some support for the treatment of not just drug users, but inmates of all sorts. The results of these efforts can be seen with the example of Asclepion, generally pronounced Asclepion, though the more conventional Greek intonation Asclepion was also sometimes used. Asclepion, purportedly named by the inmates themselves for a temple honoring the Greek god of healing, was a hierarchical therapeutic community based upon a synthesis of the Synanon model with transactional analysis, or primal scream therapy. That was all later introduced into the program.
Yikes.
The program was established at a federal maximum security prison in Marion, Illinois in 1968, where it was run under the direction of the psychiatrist Martin Groder until 1972. The program itself continued into 1978. Whereas most democratic TCs required an open atmosphere with some degree of permissiveness and freedom to make mistakes, hence they were only introduced in minimum security environments. Groder's challenge in constructing the program was to establish a rehabilitation regime without disrupting the intense security arrangements in any way. Synanon's hierarchical means of attacking the prison code seemed a plausible solution. If democratic TCs evoked contradictions between a lenient rehabilitative strategy that blurred boundaries between staff and inmate, perhaps the hierarchical TC could achieve change without disrupting or perhaps even reinforcing a security-oriented approach. So, yeah, I don't know if like anything like this in particular was
filtered
used
into
like
Vacaville.
at Vacaville, but certainly like this type of stuff was popular. You know, and it was like kind of like, you know, the sort of standard for what these types of therapy would be.
Right. Yeah. So, that's the Black Cultural Association. Well, okay. The other important thing about the Black Cultural Association, it doesn't only kind of set up or become like the meeting point for Colston Westbrook and Donald DeFreeze. It also is like pretty much the single avenue through which all of the white members of the SLA get involved in the story. It's all mediated through the BCA. And this next chapter, Double Agents, False Identities, Secret Affairs, gets into that. We're going to meet now some of the idealistic white kids and maybe sus people also a little later that start going up to Vacaville to do, prisoner outreach, all overseen by the lovely Dr. Colston Westbrook. So starting here, the nickname was Willie the Wolf, used by prisoners at Vacaville. But Willie Wolf was anything but intimidating. At 19 years old, a lanky 6'1", easygoing, quick with a warm smile, Wolf began visiting the Black Cultural Association at Vacaville in March 1972. At the time, Wolf was living with Dave Gunnell and his Chinese-American girlfriend, Jean Hua Chan, at what was dubbed Peking House, or Peking Man House, at 5939 Chabot Road in North Berkeley. The house got that name because Gunnell and Chan ran a mobile food stand near the UC Berkeley campus called Peking Man, right? It was a reference as well to the political discussions around the Rough Hoon living room coffee table, incorporating Maoist revolutionary ideas that included armed struggle. Wolf was inspired to visit the BCA by an Afro-American studies class at Berkeley. Gunnell remembered he had to do a term paper project. From someone, he got the idea of going in as a visitor to the BCA and doing his project on them. Willie went up to Vacaville and came back and told me about it. He was excited about the BCA. He was going to go back, and then I started going with him. Wolf was a highly unlikely candidate for violent radicalism. His father, Dr. L.S. Wolf, was an anesthesiologist in Emmaus, Pennsylvania, and had sent his older sons to excellent prep schools and then on to Yale. So yeah, Willie Wolf is kind of like, well, there's a couple kind of more upper class, like affluent, like basically the white recruits go from like middle class to like petty bourgeois, and then like Patty Hearst as like the ultimate silk topper daughter. But Willie came from a pretty privileged background, even relative to the other white people. But Willie's strong idealism and social consciousness made him bypass Yale to live in Harlem with Michael Carreras, a foster brother from the Fresh Air Fund. And I guess like Carreras, who was like Latino basically, or like, multiracial, spent summers in the liberal Wolf household. And he said, Willie was looking for a life of a little deprivation. When you've had it easy, maybe you feel guilty because you haven't been able to experience life in the raw, right? Wolf was a finalist for the National Merit Scholarship and showed remarkable aptitude during an archaeological dig in Wyoming. Despite his overwhelming compassion for the underclass, he exhibited no early taste for weaponry or violent radicalism. Dr. Wolf said after Willie was killed, "My son was a pussycat, a gentle kid who even convinced me to give up my hunting rifles." Willie went to Berkeley in April 1971 to study archaeology and astronomy, but he was judged harshly, albeit privately, by the people who lived in or frequented Peking Man House. Chris Thompson, interesting guy, a former Black Panther who briefly lived there and bedded some of the female members of the SLA, was outright cruel in his description of Willie. "Hell no, Willie was no leader," Thompson told journalist Marilyn Baker. "Nobody would go anywhere with Willie. People wouldn't follow Willie Wolf to the bathroom. He was a loser. He was just a rich white kid playing at politics. No one respected him, not even in Peking Man House." Damn. Damn, he's not getting invited to the cookout. Like Thompson, Amanda de Normanville was an SLA fringe dweller. She became an attendee of the BCA as well due to Wolf's influence, but her assessment of Wolf was also effete and caustic. She felt he was merely a follower of Dave Gunnell. Quote, "David I would listen to. Jean Hua-Chan I would listen to. I felt more on the same wavelength, but Willie seemed so young. I would sort of think, Willie, there's Willie, all talk and no action." What both Thompson and de Normanville failed to see was that the good-natured Wolf, in rejecting his affluent liberal background, did not want to pick up a gun as much as he wanted to address the black prisoner reform movement and social inequality in general. By condemning Wolf for not being a wild-eyed, heavy revolutionary, Thompson and de Normanville missed the essential fact that Willie Wolf was an unwitting conduit. Through the supercilious urging of Colston Westbrook, who commended him, Wolf brought together the parties in the SLA. Right. He says that the SLA, the one that assembled outside of the walls of California prisons, that's an important distinction because there are kind of two SLAs actually that nobody ever talks about. But the one that we're familiar with, that kidnapped Patty, began with Wolf meeting Westbrook at the Black Cultural Association. Those twice-weekly meetings in the library brought together in discussion black prisoners and primarily white radicals who felt the inmates were political prisoners. The BCA functions at Vacaville drew about 100 inmates during peak attendance in late 1972 and early 1973. Westbrook said that there were never more, he contradicted that estimate and said there were never more than 40 prisoners and visitors combined per session. Westbrook saw in Wolf an ideal, quote, connector. Someone new to the political landscape. He was a connector. Someone new to the political landscape, not suspicious or embittered. A person who yearned to be cooperative but did not have any idea how to do so. But Westbrook did. He introduced Wolf to a soft-spoken black prisoner named Donald DeFries. Wolf's altruistic recruitment of other radicals to participate in the lectures and discussions at the BCA took an exponentially important step when he befriended eventual SLA member Russell Little. Russ Little was no privileged middle-class kid. He grew up in a duplex in a government project and then in a working-class subdivision near Pensacola, Florida. His father was a mechanic, and Little planned to study electrical engineering when he went to the University of Florida, Gainesville. But in the fall of 1969, he took a philosophy course taught by a charismatic Marxist grad student. As a result, Little's feelings evolved about his obligations to better society. Little's participation in protests against the Vietnam War, the arrests of members of the Black Student Union at Gainesville, plus the killings at Kent State and Jackson State, fueled his decision to travel with girlfriend Robin Steiner to Berkeley for a short trip. In the wake of the shooting of George Jackson at San Quentin, they expected to see street demonstrations in Berkeley. There were none, and Little and Steiner, crestfallen, left for Florida again. But eventually they returned to Berkeley, where they happened to find a home at Peking House in August 1972. One pivotal social gathering brought many of the 10 core SLA members together in one place. Wolf and Little attended a weekly free film screening, followed by political discussion, at San Francisco's influential and progressive Glide Memorial Church. One of the organizers was soon-to-be SLA member and hardcore Vietnam veteran Joseph Ramiro, right? San Francisco native who came back from the war deeply shaken by the atrocities he saw. The beginning of Ramiro's Vietnam tour was as part of so-called long-range reconnaissance patrols, or like LRRP, kind of notorious units, during which small 6-man platoons were flown by helicopter into enemy zones where they killed anyone they encountered, even civilian suspects. The second part of Ramiro's tour was no better. Between May and December 1968, Ramiro and his 1st Brigade 101st Airborne Division fellow soldiers conducted numerous search and destroy missions in Quang Nguai Province. It was the same area where the My Lai massacre had occurred. Ramiro and his men were witnesses to and participants in torture and mutilation of prisoners, killing of unarmed civilians, calling in artillery strikes for sport, and other horrors that psychologically followed Ramiro back home to San Francisco. Yeah, he says that he told author John Bryan, publisher of the Phoenix newspaper, My Lai, I think they wrote a book together actually in like 1975 or 76. John Bryan, fascinating, colorful character, the kind of somebody who went a little native, I feel like, in the Patty Hearst like media spectacle. Like all the videos I find of him, like he loves, like he's like so he just sort of he reminds me of kind of like a puckish, like, you know, he's friends with Paul Krasner, of course. Anyways, he told him My Lai was no isolated incident. I saw a lot of that kind of thing. Also, by the way, Mae Brussel is not so generous towards Ramiro. She kind of like points to statements he allegedly made that he did he volunteered for 2 tours in Vietnam because he didn't get enough action the first time, and like was like kind of a sus, you know, like he probably did participate in the types of things he talked about, but maybe he was a little more like the PTK'd, you know, he was more phoenixed out than maybe he let on. Ramiro's military record indicated that he was charged by the Army with smuggling marijuana, but there is no trace of the case's disposition. Interesting. So he allegedly got caught with marijuana, but like there's no record of like how it resolved. And then he goes back to San Francisco and immediately joins like the Vietnam Veterans Against the War and eventually the SLA, and becomes kind of like the weapons and military expert because he has the most combat experience, right? A very important thing. So after his 2-year tour and this ambiguous marijuana, like maybe discharge, maybe not, Ramiro became active in the Venceremos organization, a high-profile Maoist radical group in the Bay. It was founded in 1970 by Stanford professor Bruce Franklin, I think we've mentioned him before, who eventually lost his job due to his activism. The group had splintered off from SDS, derived its name from, you know, the classic Fidel line, you know, Patria o Muerte, Venceremos, nation or death, we shall triumph. The phrase was later used by kidnapped heiress turned revolutionary Patty Hearst. The wiry, hyperactive Ramiro also helped found the East Bay chapter of the VVAW and the Winter Soldier organization, the same one that was infiltrated in Florida with the Gainesville 8, right? And tried to like get them set up into doing violence at the Republican convention, which is discussed in the Glass House tapes. Then moving on to the other members, these two,
or you know, the possibility of violence.
Yeah, the possibility of defensive perimeters and like cutting off electricity or something. Yes. But thankfully, the COINTELPRO op like went public with it, which might have foiled the plot, you know, right before it happened. Anyways, these next two, I gotta say, Mae Brussel thinks they're straight up feds. Brad Schreiber's book doesn't really go down that route in terms of, you know, these two, but married SLA members Bill and Emily Harris came to the Bay Area in 1972 from Indiana. Bill, as a Marine in Vietnam, tore a ligament in Da Nang playing touch football. After surgery, he was sent to Okinawa for a desk job, where he witnessed racial hatred toward blacks by both Japanese citizens and white soldiers. Like Joe Ramiro, Bill Harris experienced a 180-degree turn in his worldview after the military. After his father, a building materials salesman, died unexpectedly in 1966, Harris marched on the Pentagon in 1967. I believe that was the levitation protest that all the yippies and the freaks were all at, right? And in 1968, he was in the streets in Chicago as police savagely bludgeoned protesters on live television outside the DNC. So already kind of a Forrest Gump vibe from Bill Harris a little bit. Emily Montague Schwartz was the daughter of a consulting engineer in Clarendon Hills outside of Chicago, so pretty affluent. Chicago suburbs. Despite being raised in a well-to-do family who lived on the edge of a golf course, Emily's political consciousness developed in high school, where she collected money for the poor. At Indiana University, the Harrises befriended and followed Angela Atwood, another of the Core 10 SLA participants, out to the West Coast. Angela De Angelis Atwood was called Angel and was a prom queen in high school in North Haledon, New Jersey. Elegant, popular, and excelling in theater, she fell for her husband-to-be, Gary Atwood, at Indiana University. But Gary, a conscientious objector to the Vietnam War, brought in no income. He also objected to the discussions of violent revolution that Angela, Bill, and Emily had at the Atwood apartment on Delaware Street in Berkeley. Angela, later referred to as General Galena in the SLA, held an unlikely job for a revolutionary. She was, for a brief time, a waitress at the Great Electric Underground, a restaurant bar on a subfloor of the world headquarters of Bank of America in San Francisco's financial district. Atwood's revulsion regarding her revealing attire and the sexism of male patrons resulted in her trying to organize waitresses in the city's topless clubs, but the women she approached met her with derisive laughter. Her marriage was punctuated by many fights, some physical, and Gary returned to Indiana alone. Angela eventually moved in with the Harrises. Bill and Emily Harris met Joseph Ramiro at an Oakland Safeway in 1972. Bill was registering voters for the upcoming election. Ramiro, who noticed his Venceremos button, was handing out leaflets supporting Cesar Chavez and the United Farm Workers, which, now he's canceled. Nobody knew that back then. For being a sex criminal. Also brought Synanon into La Raza, I think, to create a kind of cult structure. Yeah. Interesting liminal figure. Also heavily infiltrated by the FBI, the UFW and La Raza. He invited the couple, and they came to the same film screening and meeting at Glide Memorial Church that drew Wolf and Little. Now, this is important. The SLA was considerably different from other radical Bay Area groups because it was composed of as many women as men. Unlike radical groups of the 60s, which often relegated women to menial roles with little ideological or logistical influence, the SLA embraced its women and allowed them to write and record communiques and participate in militant actions. As Sin Q, Donald DeFries, who was the lover of three SLA women, was open-minded about the sexual mores of the group. 2 female members became lovers. Patricia Soltysik was the daughter of a pharmacist in Goleta near Santa Barbara, who at times inflicted physical punishment upon his children. Soltysik's mother had escaped the Nazis in Belgium during World War II. Pat was an honor student in high school, treasurer of the Student Senate, and president of the Usherettes, a benevolent service organization. In 1971, despite winning 3 scholastic prizes, she dropped out of UC Berkeley and became involved in the United Prisoners Union. Despite her attraction to black radical men, in May of that year, Soltysik began a love affair with Camilla Hall, who she met in a hallway of their apartment complex on Channing Way in Berkeley. Hall was the most reticent of the original SLA members and arguably the most tragic figure of them all. Her father was a Lutheran minister, and both parents, as missionaries, took her as a child to what is now Tanzania in Africa. They witnessed, all of her siblings died of heart conditions and kidney disease in childhood, so she was left being an only child. Hall, nicknamed Candy for her kind demeanor, was known as a class clown at Washburn High in Minneapolis. Her sense of humor helped protect her against cruel boys who called her Fatso because she was then 50 pounds overweight. While very gentle, Hall was not without a sense of outrage about social injustice. Her father, Reverend George Hall, remembered that in high school, Candy was impacted deeply by Judgment at Nuremberg, a film dealing with the German citizenry's failure to protest Nazism. Yeah, so Hall gave Soltysik her SLA nom de guerre, Ms. Moon, as an expression of fondness. One love poem Hall wrote for her read, in part, "I will cradle you in my woman hips, kiss you with my woman lips, fold you to my heart and sing, sister woman, you're a joy to me." Soltysik was the first lover, male or female, that Hall ever had. But Soltysik's bisexuality made Hall miserable. She wanted their relationship to be exclusive. Hall broke up with Soltysik in October 1972 and nursed her despondency for 3 months in Europe. When Hall returned in desperation, she reunited with Soltysik, who was by then sexually involved with the Black Panther Chris Thompson. Hall, in order to be near the woman she loved, accepted the limitations Soltysik demanded. Sweet, open-hearted Camilla Hall, a gardener, artist, and poet, with no other option, joined the organization that was taking up so much of Soltysik's time, the Symbionese Liberation Army. And then this is a big figure here, another female, Nancy Ling Perry, along with Donald DeFreeze, was the most psychologically complex and contradictory member of the SLA. Perry, who was in charge of drafting their early communiques, was a Barry Goldwater supporter during the 1964 presidential campaign. Wow. We can all grow, right? The daughter of Hal Ling, an ultra-conservative Santa Rosa, California furniture store owner, Perry was a cheerleader in junior high and maintained an A average in high school. According to the FBI's HearNap files on the SLA, there were few hints at Montgomery High of her rebelliousness. She did grow angry with the parents of her friends when those adults were rude to the only black student at the school. Perry told one Montgomery High friend that she had two very disparate dreams. Okay, this is weird. She wanted to go to Hollywood and get discovered, or travel to the Soviet Union, become a maid for Nikita Khrushchev, and then assassinate him. That's weird. The diminutive Perry, less than 5 feet tall and 100 pounds, left Whittier College, Richard Nixon's alma mater, for UC Berkeley, got a BA in English, pursued chemistry, but dropped out. In 1967, at the age of 19, she married black composer keyboardist Gilbert Perry. Their tumultuous marriage was an on and off affair. Nancy was, for a while, a topless blackjack dealer in a sleazy tourist trap in North Beach, San Francisco. In her chaotic lifestyle, she turned tricks, shoplifted, sold marijuana and hash oil, and lived in San Francisco's Western Addition Fillmore district because, as she once said, it provides quicker access to crime. Right, cool. But her smoking up to 10 joints a day, often dipped in liquid opium for a greater high, was indicative of a deeper malaise for Perry. She told a friend that her separation from her husband had led to incredible self-hatred, that sometimes her mind was completely obliterated by her venom toward herself. The beautiful and brilliant Nancy Ling Perry, exhausted by her own dissipation, fought her way back to stasis. She gave away her remaining stock of marijuana and got a job working as at a juice stand with an orange and green awning, Fruity Rudy's, right at the end of Telegraph Avenue in Berkeley. Ironically, Perry had claustrophobia and didn't like being in the cart, but she grew close to her boss, Rudy Henderson, an older black man with whom she had a brief fling, but an enduring friendship. She quit smoking and taking psychedelics and nurtured both her physical health and political activism. By 1972, she was writing to and sending most of her wages to black prisoners in the Bay Area penitentiaries. Yeah. So it was Willie Wolfe who, I guess he met, he was hanging out at Fruity Rudy's one day when he met Nancy Ling Perry, and then I guess he introduced her to Patricia Soltysik, Ms. Moon. And so then shortly after that, Perry had an affair with Joe Ramiro, and then after that had an affair with Russ Little, who eventually joined Perry on trips to Vacaville Medical Facility. So when Wolfe first met Westbrook and DeFreeze at the BCA at Vacaville, he was immediately taken in by them both. Westbrook was almost comical in his overly expressive face, his strident use of black slang, his sardonic, bitter way of talking. And DeFreeze was otherworldly, a man who, despite a limited vocabulary, spoke with calm, almost unnerving certainty. The greatest irony of Willie Wolfe's manipulation by Westbrook, the CIA, and the California Department of Corrections was that Wolfe was in a position to realize their plot to infiltrate and undermine Bay Area radicals. He knew that the Maximum Psychiatric Diagnostic Unit at Vacaville, set up in February 1972, was doing illegal experimentation on prisoners. Wolfe wrote to his mother after his first visit to Vacaville in March 1972. In part, he stated, Last night I went to the Vacaville Medical Treatment Center at the CDC. This place is known for its lobotomies and terrifying drug treatments, which I've had described to me secondhand, which are used to vegetabilize those who are troublesome in their political fervor. I sure wish you would step out of Wonderland to see what the real world is like. A letter sent to Dr. Wolf by Willie urged him to lobby against tranquilizer drugs administered to prisoners against their will. If Donald DeFreeze told the younger Wolf about his own treatment at Vacaville, it's certain DeFreeze left out pertinent details, including his preferential treatment by guards and his background as an informant. Wolf's passion was much keener than his intuition about the bleaker aspects of the Maximum Psychiatric Diagnostic Unit. A black Vacaville information officer, Thomas Charleston, remembered Wolf as a friendly kid with good manners who came in walking here one night with his flyaway hair and a pigtail. Carreras, his friend, who lived across the country, said they were using Willie, pulling him down to their level in every way they knew how, so that he would stay involved. Eventually, Carreras warned Wolf that the convicts, quote, will try to get you to commit an act of violence. But I guess at least for the first half of 1972, Wolf engaged a stream of white radicals who sympathized with the black prisoner movement. Those activists attended BCA meetings with the approval of Colston Westbrook, and Westbrook, with Wolf's enthusiastic help, made sure they all got to meet and know Donald DeFreeze. The DeFreeze those white radicals knew was a noble survivor of one of, quote, America's concentration camps, a highly provocative slang the term the left used for the prison system. None of the outsiders who visited DeFreeze knew he was a snitch who provided to Westbrook and CDC officials valuable information for maintaining order and collecting intel on inmates who challenged the status quo. And this is a big point right here, and he gets to a big allegation, right? To further secure his cooperation, prison officials gave DeFreeze access to the conjugal trailers at Vacaville, which were otherwise restricted to married prisoners. So if you cooperated, you get to meet with your wife and have sex, etc. 2 white radical women Willie Wolf encouraged to attend BCA meetings became lovers with DeFreeze. Both Nancy Ling Perry and Patricia Soltysik, who preferred black men, were allowed to have private sexual liaisons with DeFreeze in the Vacaville trailers. And this is kind of a famous line about that from, when Colston Westbrook was interviewed on the subject of sexual relations between female radicals and DeFreeze during the BCA days, in a peculiar and highly sexist way, he skated around the issue, pretending black rather than white women attended, and that they were allowed there merely to entice inmates and increase overall attendance. Quote, they accused me of taking sexy-looking black women wearing high miniskirts into the prison. Sure, I took some foxes, some of my prime stock, in there. Because if you want to dangle a carrot in front of the inmates to get them to learn and come to some meetings, you don't dangle communism. You dangle fine-looking chicks. The SLA women say I tortured the inmates by taking in chicks they couldn't do anything to. That's why those lesbians were mad at me. So first of all, I also like him kind of LARPing as a communist. I'm actually doing a hecking communism, by doing all this, but you gotta use sex. You gotta use sex to sell because nobody cares about communism.
Well, yeah, just like the Berkey Barb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then there's somebody. We jump to a section here where we really you'd think has nothing to do with this story yet, right?
Right. Yes. And this is, like I was saying before, this is kind of based on, as far as I can tell, kind of interviews with inmates that were done by Rusty Rhodes, who has an amazing name.
Mm-hmm.
Makes
me
think of
name.
Dusty Rhodes.
Yeah, or Lake Headley as well. Some of the research.
It's Headley's affidavits,
right,
based on Rusty Rhodes' interviews.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
And I don't know if any of this is pulled from her a little bit from her memoir or anything. But yeah.
No, she definitely never admitted this.
No, you're right. Yeah, she never admitted this part, but this is kind of this is crucial, according to Schreiber and others.
If so, yeah.
Right. So Schreiber writes here, Patty Hearst was an art history major at UC Berkeley. The slim auburn hair Hearst lived a seemingly sedate life with her fiancé, Stephen Weed, but Hearst had a wild streak in her. Her mother, Catherine, with whom she had a difficult relationship, had insisted that she attend Catholic school. Hearst, who was close to her father, Randy Hearst, the son of William Randolph Hearst, convinced him to transfer her to an elite school near their home. When she met Weed, it's like Weed Atman from Vineland, really, like the Stephen Weed character. He's kind of goofy. I don't know. Mae Brussels sussed out by him. But when Patty met Weed, an instructor at the Crystal Springs School for Girls in her upscale hometown of Hillsborough, Hearst instantly knew, despite the female competition, that she would seduce him. Again, I'm not sure what source this part is from, but asking for private help on math homework, Hearst visited his cottage on the grounds and sultrily announced she was taking birth control pills. Their affair began when she was 16. So, not sure what's going on there. I mean, it was basically her high school teacher that she immediately moved in with and was engaged to when she turned 18. Some allege this was started at 16. But anyways, Hearst's involvement with Weed intensified an already fragile relationship with her highly conservative mother. Catherine Hearst, a member of the Board of Regents for the UC system for 20 years, backed Governor Ronald Reagan on his hard line against protesters on and off UC campuses. She was also, Catherine Hearst was a personal friend of Ronald Reagan, too. A friend of the Hearst family told Sarah Davidson in the New York Times Magazine that Patty and Stephen living together made family dynamics even worse. At dinner parties, there were subjects everyone tacitly agreed not to bring up. Sooner or later, Mrs. Hearst would voice some absurd opinion like, "We've got to stop nudity." She had seen a nude ballet and was terribly upset. Among the young people, it got to be a game. Who in the room would flinch or be first to change the subject? Despite Catherine Hearst's objections, Patty and Weed moved into a respectable $250 a month apartment at 2603 Benvenue Avenue, No. 4, on a tree-lined street 5 blocks off the Berkeley campus. Despite the signposts of her family's wealth and power, Hearst Amphitheater, Hearst Gym, even Hearst Avenue, Patty Hearst lived a middle-class and quiet existence, not at all demanding her family's largesse. Weed was a teaching assistant in the philosophy department. He derived distinct enjoyment discussing logic with undergraduates, but he was completely blind what was going on secretly in his girlfriend's life, including the fact that she found him, quote, a little boring. When Hearst met Patricia Soltysik in Berkeley and was invited to attend a women's rights meeting, her path toward meeting Donald DeFreeze at Vacaville was set. Wait a minute, you say? At Vacaville? I thought they met when he kidnapped her. Oh, well, guess what? I mean, this is a spicy take, so, and it is based on, the testimony of some prisoners and whatever, but get this. Lake Headley's research revealed that 18-year-old heiress Patricia Hearst, daughter of Randolph Hearst, the publishing magnate, not only visited DeFreeze in 1972 at Vacaville, but also had sex with him in those conjugal trailers. One of Headley's affidavits, based on investigator Rusty Rhodes' interviews with numerous inmates, read in part: 1. Patricia Campbell Hearst became involved with first the Black Cultural Association and then the, quote, Unicite Project sometime during 1972 at Vacaville. 2. Patricia Campbell Hearst visited these prison projects under an assumed identity. 3. Patricia Campbell Hearst developed a personal and political relationship at Vacaville Prison with Donald David DeFreeze, Sin Q, while DeFreeze was the head of the Unicite Project, but still a prisoner. Okay? Hearst's fascination with radical politics in general and the Black prisoner reform movement specifically was shared by fellow UC Berkeley student Mary Alice Seams, also spelled Seam in the media. Hearst, in an effort to avoid bringing infamy to her renowned family name, borrowed Seams's student ID card to visit DeFreeze at Vacaville. This was accomplished because Hearst and Seams were very similar in appearance. Sharing Hearst's political views, Seams was committed to the movement, serving as a worker at a medical clinic for Venceremos in Redwood City. She was also the beneficiary of a $250,000 trust fund based on her family's holdings in the Northern California company Coggins Lumber. Yeah, she came from a logging fortune up in Redding in far Northern California. So also kind of adjacent to SLA. But yeah, like Patty is said to have used her ID to go and visit DeFries at Vacaville. Hearst's secret relationship with DeFries is absolutely essential to understanding why she was kidnapped. Recovered from the SLA safe house in Clayton, near Concord, and the Harris's apartment in Oakland were a score of figures the SLA wanted to kidnap. Those marked as enemies ranged from the predictable, banking executives and corporate honchos, to the absurd, like a man named Tyrone T., who was like a bar owner and a pimp. The media never questioned why Patricia Hearst's name appeared on that list rather than the more obvious choice, Randolph Hearst, her father, who ran the San Francisco Examiner and the Hearst Corporation. Inmate Damian Tamita, later clandestinely invited by CDC officials to join DeFries on the outside, claimed he was not the only convict who knew about the sexual relationship between DeFries and Hearst at Vacaville. Quote, DeFries would talk to me about his visits with radicals and left-wing people from the outside. One celebrity mentioned from time to time was Patty Hearst. She was spoken of at Vacaville as one who was into a left-wing bag. It was also well known through the prison grapevine that Patty visited DeFries at Soledad Prison later and Vacaville several times. Tom Smith, protege of Westbrook and co-founder of the Black Cultural Association, insisted that Hearst was a regular visitor at Vacaville, stating, quote, there is no question. She came in several times. The only public discussion about this long-obscured Hearst-DeFries connection came on June 8, 1974. Colston Westbrook, never afraid of the spotlight, despite his numerous contradictory statements, was a guest on KGO AM radio in San Francisco. On the Carlo Prescott Show, political researcher David Hastings challenged Westbrook on the identities of DeFries' visitors while in prison. When Hastings cited a visit to DeFries by Patricia Hearst and Willie Wolfe in 1973, the program inexplicably ended mid-show. Wow, okay. All right, yeah, KGO, I mean, they're still around today, but that's a corporate station, so just yanked. In 1993, Lake Headley detailed in his book, Vegas P.I., many
I
of his
think Carlo
discoveries.
Prescott himself was like a prisoner and a prison activist, I think. Like, the host of the show.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. It also talks about here, I guess I'll just briefly summarize, that Mary Alice Seams...
Yeah, I couldn't find that tape, but it might exist somewhere. It might have to go to an archive to get it, though.
Yeah. I have to say that it's very... I was shocked by the amount of references in this book to Colston Westbrook's media appearances. Like, he was all over TV, radio. He published articles in the Berkeley Barb. Like, he published an open letter to Field Marshal Sinque in the Berkeley Barb that was like taunting him. He went he went to Canada and appeared on TV there. Like, he was all over the place. But besides the one film reel where he's like begging, he's imploring Patty to give up and, you know, not die like the others, that was the only like clip of this period that I could find of like him being on TV or radio. Like, it's all been kind of like, none of it's been archived, you know? Like, it's all we have is kind of the transcripts of it, which I find a little bit curious, given that they yanked this episode off the air right in the middle of it, right? So, yeah, I think I'll just skip quickly through this. There's a couple other, like Mary Alice Seams, the lumber heiress, also went to Vacaville and started a romantic relationship with a black prisoner, a BCA guy named Theroux Wheeler. He would become kind of important because I think he made allegations later on that he was sort of he was basically also set up to, like, you're gonna escape from prison and then you're gonna join the SLA and like blah blah blah. And actually there's a few prisoners that claim this, that they were approached by CDC officials or police officials and said, like, you're gonna go to Soledad, you're gonna be put in the lowest security outdoor area, and like, we're gonna look the other way, you're going to escape, there's gonna be some white people to pick you up on the road, and then you have to go join like the SLA, And if you don't, like you're gonna get stabbed. Like bad things are gonna happen to you in this prison. You know, so it's like they're almost being forced, like coerced it under pain of torture or death or something to like go join, like escape from prison now and join the SLA. You know.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has like an odd escape. I mean, we're running out of time a little bit, but I mean, it is like worth like. I don't think that like the Patty Hearst like knew Donald DeFreeze beforehand thing should be like totally thrown out, like, you know, out of hand. Like, I mean, there are like, you know, the fact that like, you know, people would suggest this doesn't necessarily like it's not like the kind of rumor that would just like necessarily like organically emerge. It is like
I'm definitely not throwing it out. I think it's hard to like really nail it down because if there are prison records of that, we're never going to see them. But like, it was the testimony of multiple people at Vacaville. I think.
At least like these two guys.
And Tom Smith, who was Westbrook's protege, which is interesting. He said there's no question.
I couldn't find out any more information about him. Were you able to find anything more about that guy?
Tom Smith?
Yeah, I wasn't able to like track him down or figure out like who he was. Yeah, I like searched Tom Smith, like Patty Hearst, like, but I just found this book, unfortunately. But yeah, there are like you know, some other articles like about this, but some of them kind of draw on the book. I mean, like it like one thing is that like in this case, it would almost be like Patty Hearst was like definitely had like an interest in like the like prison reform movement or like left-wing politics, like she had a left-wing bag. But is there any like indication of that from like any other source? Stephen Weed's like memoir, which is like a whole like other can of worms, but like that doesn't really make it seem like she did.
It's hard to tell because I mean, she was obviously, if she was doing this, she was keeping it secret from her fiance, and it sounded like in general,
right? Well,
Patty
obviously
had this
the
kind
affair
of but like Patty maybe had like a other side of her life that she didn't like really
a whole secret like left wing, like, I mean, or, you know, whole secret interest in this.
I do think that there was a lot of conflict between Patty and her mother, Catherine Hearst, who was like very right wing and very conservative. And Patty, you know, Patty might have just been kind of like a typical college rad lib or something like that, but definitely didn't share like the kind of conservative Republican, like Reaganite law and order politics of her overall family. I mean, we almost, you know, I guess we shouldn't totally neglect to mention that William Randolph Hearst, like, is, you know, a huge right wing, kind of the Rupert Murdoch of his day.
Totally,
like,
like
huge right wing force.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like diehard anti-communists.
And no stranger to publishing false flags, like, you know, attributing the USS Maine disaster to like an attack by Spain, which got
just incredibly like influential right wing family. Like the inspiration for Citizen Kane.
Yeah,
I think.
like a very naked inspiration for it. So I could see her, like, I mean, we talked about like Abby the Boomer. Abby Rockefeller was like a radical kind of Marxist activist. Like Marion Rockefeller lived in Berkeley and was like a leftist. Like, it's not totally, it's almost like expected in this era that a lot of, you know, or for that matter, Adam Hawkschild or, you know, some of these other, the Seams girl, like, it was very in vogue at this time to be, especially because they're all going off to like elite colleges where there's a lot of political activity, etc. It wouldn't surprise me, though it is kind of like threadbare, and it's like weird to me that we don't really, like most kind of the mainstream accounts that we've been critiquing kind of cast her as like totally apolitical and like not interested in that stuff whatsoever, you know? Like totally, maybe she had a little personal beef with her mom about marrying Stephen Weed or something like that, but like she had no political consciousness, anything like that. This book and the other things, like according to some of the other like witnesses, you know, she did have low key. She also, let's not forget, like these super wealthy heiresses, and you know, they're wasps, you know, like literally and figuratively. Basically, they love their privacy and their discretion, you know, and like she didn't want to cause a thing with her, like, oh, her family and where it gets put on the tabloids because she's a leftist, like, so maybe she was just doing like she's keeping very low key about it, And so there's not a lot of like records of her performatively going around doing leftism or, you know, things like that. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of according to a lot of people, she low-key was at least, I mean, she's also like 19. So like she was, you know, what, a sophomore at UC Berkeley.
Yeah.
Maybe encountering a lot of this stuff kind of for the first time. But I guess, you know, allegedly went to like a women's rights meeting with Patricia Soltysik, you know, before, and then like learned about the BCA subsequent to that. But
yeah, I mean, it is true. Like it'd be interesting to read like Stephen Weed's memoir. I guess we should stop here, but we you know, can maybe read like his like a memory like the next time, like of how they met, because like I feel like that kind of gives some interesting like context.
I would like to. That was the one of the few books I didn't really get to read in terms of like memoirs.
Yeah. Well, he talks about like meeting her, and of course he was like her math teacher.
Right.
Like, so it's like kind of weird.
There's a little bit
like,
of a problematic vibe with
yeah,
Stephen
totally.
Weed. As
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, just all these older men in Patty's life, kind of like running. You know, like there's a I think somebody made that comment, like back in the 70s, about how she's gone from like one older male authority figure like to another over the course of like the 70s. You know, and
yeah, he gives like a little bit of a sense of like not super clear, but yeah, I mean it might be worth worth going into that to kind of give like, since this is kind of where she's entering into the story, like you know, we can talk about like you know, how viable this is, because like, yeah, on one hand, like I don't want to you know, erase like a possible like you know, actual kidnapping and like abuse by like saying that it was like a consensual relationship, which like it does seem like crazy to say that she had a consensual relationship with a black prisoner, that she was able to do this. Like, I mean, I guess it could be possible, you know, but it seems like a difficult thing to even do, practically speaking.
Yeah, but
you know?
I think there is good evidence. There's maybe stronger evidence that like Nancy Ling Perry and Patricia Soltysik had sexual relations with Donald DeFreeze, which should not have. You're right, like should not have been allowed under the rules of prison back then. Those trailers were for married couples, and these people weren't married. So DeFreeze was being given enormous privileges in, you know, through probably his relationship to Colston Westbrook, to meet with, you know, these women. Like it was, that was totally not normal. So, but given that we can kind of establish that the rules were being broken for him, it makes like the likelihood that if Patty, you know, went there or whatever, that could have been a thing that happened. I also just want to like kind of delineate like between because Schreiber has a theory. He doesn't know for sure, but his theory of kind of what ultimately ends up happening is that they did have a relationship for a little while and had some sexual encounters. I mean, there's even some indications she went to Soledad to like visit him, but at some point he started talking one day about doing a kidnapping and was like, Patty, like you have like little sisters. What if we like kind of like pretended to kidnap them and then got like a huge ransom like from your family or something? And allegedly, I'd like to see like where this story comes from, like where he's kind of sourcing this. Like Patty was taken aback by that, and then DeFreeze kind of went on and was like, or like, what if we pretended to kidnap you? But like you're in on it and it's totally fine, and then like we could ransom a thing. And apparently Patty reacted very negative, was like a little sussed out by this, and was like, whoa, like I thought this was like kind of a fun little adventure where I'm meeting with radicals, but now we're talking about like kidnapping me, like doing fake kidnappings and shit. And she got sussed out and broke contact and like didn't visit Donald DeFreeze after that, and that like infuriated Donald DeFreeze that he was like rejected by Patty Hearst. And, you know, there's a few indications from interviews with other prisoners that he kind of talked about his, like, he kind of fantasized about getting out of jail and, like, tracking down Patty Hearst and, like, making her pay for, like, rejecting him and all this other stuff. Now, I'm not as sure, I'm not as, like, 100% confident on Brad Schreiber's like interpretation of that entire timeline of events. And neither, for that matter, I would say, is like Mae Brussel back in the 70s. Like, she's rather insistent that the operation, so that there's a couple different options here, I guess is what I'm saying, that just because she had a sexual relationship with him doesn't necessarily invalidate like the authenticity of her kidnapping. Like, she was kidnapped against her will, because maybe DeFreeze decided like he made a beeline for Patty because he was had been personally involved with her, and decided like, I'm gonna go through with my plan and actually kidnap her.
I get that aspect of it. I get that that's like kind of what's being implied, that like there could have been other targets, but it was like she was chosen for that reason, which like, you know, makes sense. But again, it's like somewhat murky.
Another one that I kind of would classify as a little bit less likely overall would be that like, because she had this relationship with him, she was actually in on the whole thing, and like wasn't like, you know, she might have pretended to be held under duress, but actually she just like joined them, and like it was all some kind of con.
I mean, that would also be possible if like this weren't true. I mean, I don't like, it is odd that like Lake Headley and like would arrive at that conclusion, or like Rusty Rhodes would, or that like the prisoners would like suggest that, you know, like at a level that it would like be something that you would like swear to in an affidavit, you know, like that your findings determined that this was the case, and it's not necessarily something that you would like, you know, that would be like a matter of course for this to be suggested. But anyway,
so, we can kind of unpack the weight of that. I wouldn't totally rule it out, but I do feel like also the other option would be that this was planned by something beyond Donald DeFreeze. For like, Mae Brussel said, I think this operation was being planned at least for a couple years before it happened. Like, as far back as like 1972 or even 1971 at Vacaville, Donald DeFreeze was selected and then experimented upon and sort of groomed to become this figure, Sin Q, and then totally allowed to escape out of, and I think it's hard to come to any other conclusion about his escape from Soledad than like they totally let him just like escape, and like they made it like as easy as possible, like for him to just walk away, and then didn't really go looking for him at all. Like, even though Willie Wolfe I think wrote, one of the judges or something, like he wrote the state an affidavit like vouching for Donald DeFreeze, and like, this guy's amazing, like he's a beautiful, like intelligent leader, and like you guys should let him out, he's not violent at all. Like, Mae Brussel made the point of like, you know, the police didn't go for a long time like to even check out like Willie Wolfe's house and be like, hey, remember when you like advocated for this guy who then escaped, like are you harboring him? And it turns out like they kind of was, because I think he was hanging out at like the Peking. He was with Soltysik for a while, and then like at the Peking Man House, you know. And they could have caught him, but like kind of like Charles Manson, he just slips through their fingers every time, and they don't seem to like care. So when we pick up on Monday, I guess we'll talk about like the kind of terminal days there, the final activities of DeFreeze in prison, some of the other people who claimed they were brought in and kind of offered the job of like leading the SLA, the existence of a whole other SLA in prison as a prison gang that predated Sin Q and this eventual group entirely. There's a lot of stuff to get to even before we get to Patty Hearst kidnapping, including the murder of Marcus Foster. So as you can see, there's a lot going on, but we are in the maelstrom of the Phoenix for sure. This is I think more than anything, it kind of is very literally the Phoenix program coming home to roost and rise from the ashes for domestic control. And it would only become more so when the big spectacle begins. So we will get out of there for now. Come subscribe at patreon.com/subliminal-jihad. That's where I think the second, third, and maybe now probably fourth episodes are going to be living, but we're gonna unpack, you know, all of that shit on Monday. But until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.
statement, which I've just seen.
We don't know where Patty Hearst is. We're making no direct attempt to find out because we don't want to get Patty hurt.
It is therefore the directive of this court that before any form of negotiation for the release of the subject prisoner be initiated, that an action of good faith be shown on the part of the Hearst family to allow the court and the oppressed people of this world and this nation to ascertain as to the real interests and cooperative attitude of the Hearst family, and in so doing show some form of repentance for the murder and suffering they have aided and profited from. And this good faith gesture is to be in the form of a token gesture to the oppressed people that they aid the corporate state in robbing and removing their rights to freedom and liberty. This gesture is to be in the form of food to the needy and the unemployed, and to which the following instructions are directed to be followed to the letter.
$100 worth of groceries. I need the groceries, but doggone it, I'd throw them out in the street.
So like the people that before taking $70 worth of food said that they need the food and they would take it any way they could get it. Some say that the person got rich by stepping on people that were poor, and so they felt that, you know, this is his time to pay back. And unfortunately, this is the way it should be, the way it is. But that's the only thing this country does understand is violence.
Mom, Dad, I would like to comment on your efforts to supposedly secure my safety.
The people in need giveaway was a sham. You attempted to deceive the people, the SLA, and me with statements about your concern for myself and the people. You were playing games, stalling for time which the FBI was using in their attempts to assassinate me and the SLA elements which guarded me. I have been given the choice of 1, being released in a safe area, or 2, joining the forces of the Symbionese Liberation Army and fighting for my freedom and the freedom of all oppressed people. I have chosen to stay and fight. One thing which I have learned is that the corporate ruling class will do anything in their power in order to maintain their position of control over the masses, even if this means the sacrifice of one of their own. I have been given the name Tanya after a comrade who fought alongside Che in Bolivia for the people of Bolivia. I embrace the name with the determination to continue fighting with her spirit.
Personally, I don't believe it. We've had her 20 years, they've had her 60 days, and I don't believe that she's going to change her philosophies that quickly or that permanently.
As for my ex-fiancé, I don't care if I ever see him again. During the last few months, Stephen has shown himself to be a sexist, ageist pig. Not that this was a sudden change from the way he always was. For those people who still believe that I'm brainwashed or dead, I see no reason to further defend my position. Consciousness is terrifying to the ruling class, and they will do anything to discredit people who have realized that the only alternative to freedom is death, and that the only way we can free ourselves of this fascist dictatorship is by fighting, not with words, but with guns. I am a soldier in the People's Army. Patria o muerte, venceremos.
If anyone had any sympathy to give to Patty at any point along the last 2 months, that they should extend it to her now, because from the way I know Patty, she is sick, she's exhausted, and she's being humiliated at the hands of a group of people that are determined not to let her get out of this alive.
The note said, "To the Phoenix, greetings to our comrades of the news service. In behalf of the people, we thank you for your show of love for the people and the people's forces by refusing to cooperate with the FBI. We're not cooperating because we feel that newsmen should not act as unpaid police agents." Radio station KSAN has been sent a recent photograph of Patricia Hearst, which you will undoubtedly wish to print. And we did. She's our cover girl.
On today's edition.
Yeah, she's the Gorilla of the Year at the Phoenix. Okay. It's signed in the usual way, "Death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people. Dare to struggle, dare to win, dare to love," and it's signed SLA.
Could you clearly identify one of those young ladies as Patty Hearst?
No, I couldn't. Absolutely not.
Did she say anything to you at the time?
No, she never spoke to me. She was just telling everybody to lay down. The first guy that moved would get it, and so on.
She was telling people to lay down?
Yeah, they were really loudmouth about the whole thing.
Hibernia Bank was on the list of the SLA. What is next on the list of the SLA in this bizarre Patty Hearst kidnapping remains to be seen. Chet Hancock, Action News 13, Hibernia Bank, San Francisco.
It's terrible. It's something that I think is one of the most vicious things I've ever seen or I've ever had happen to me.
anything, but just on Tuesday of this week, two white brothers went out to the blue van and left in it and came back, and one was in the blue and one was in a red and white one. That's all I seen.
And I seen this woman come across the street. I don't know whether she come out the house or come from behind the house or where she come over. I seen she crossed the street. She come across with another one that drove up and stopped. She come over and got in it, and they took off.
What did she look like? Did you recognize her?
Yeah, I looked at her good. She had kind of brownish looking hair and kind of snun. It was kind of, she's kind of on the little side.
Had you seen her picture in the paper or anything?
No, after they come to me this morning, they come to me that I had seen her on TV.
Which girl was she?
The high school. That was her.
You're pretty sure?
Mm-hmm. I know it. Because I had been watching her on TV.
They aren't even real revolutionaries. They're the stripe of a Martin Luther King or the labor unions who fight for certain rights for their members over all of the years. They aren't even that kind of revolutionaries. So we put the mark of the outlaw on them, that's first. Secondly, we have set up a special force under Don Scott. And you remember that same force got rid of the Black Panther threat when Eldridge Cleaver was running the Black Panthers and teaching young people to make bombs, to scratch numbers off guns that were stolen, how to steal guns. We're doing the same thing, that same kind of a force. Now, we got Eldridge Cleaver out of town and pretty much wiped out his organization in a constitutional, legal manner in about 6 months to 8 months. And we think we can do the same now. We are going to have an intensive police activity in collaboration with the Oakland Police, the Berkeley Police, the FBI, to get rid of this terrible thing that's happening in our society. These are just confused, either jailbirds or confused college kids with vague political notions that somehow violence is justified in pursuance of political ideals. And we have to put the mark of the outlaw on that kind of conduct and then pursue it. Like these folks are extortioners and kidnappers and murderers, ex-jailbirds, not like they're some kind of new social force or some kind of a civil rights group.
Business of the revolution. The following are enemies of the people. They are agents of the enemy and have been found guilty of working and informing to the enemy against the people, and therefore death warrants have been issued by this court against them, and they should be shot on sight by any of the people's forces when found. Colston Westbrook, male, black, age 35, brown eyes, brown hair, height 5'8", 210 pounds in weight. Berkeley language instructor, resident of Oakland, is a government agent. Worked for the CIA in Vietnam as the interrogator and torturer in the Phoenix operation against the Vietnamese people, and also served same purpose in other foreign countries. Now working for military intelligence while giving cross assistance to the FBI. These subjects are to be shot on sight whenever found at any time. At this point, I would like to take the opportunity to speak to my 6 lovely black babies. Daddy wants you to understand that I can't come home because you and the people are not free. And as long as the enemy exists, I can find no rest or any hope for you or our people as a whole. I can be happy when the enemy murders the children of other fathers and mothers. In closing, I wish to play the national anthem of the Symbionese Liberation Army. My people, my brothers, my sisters, free the people, free the land, and save the children.
Remember